Hello everyone. I am not dead. Hello peacocks. Hopefully this is working. I have like so many error messages on the screen. I tried to start the stream twice from my phone. That was a no-go. My mouse has practically died. And I'm not even sure this is working. The last stream, I was chatting to everyone and it was like being a ghost at my own funeral because it wasn't obvious you could hear me or whatever. Let's have a quick look here. How are we doing? Oh, thanks for the Fs. That's amazing. That's the symbol I expect to see. It tells me that I am not dead, I am alive, and things are well. And guess who slept through the start of the stream and then took 45 minutes to get it working? It was me. Good guess. Guest UK. Your name checks out. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Then I put my tripod up on here like this, and then I put my phone in it, and YouTube is like, yeah, you're streaming, and it's showing me everything, but I'm obviously not streaming. And then I create a new stream, and it says, please stand by, reconnecting. The most useless technical messages. Well, initially I was unconscious. I can't even remember what I was dreaming about. I was asleep. And Nina came up and said, don't you have a stream to do? And I'm like, yeah. She said it's 7:30. And I'm like, shit, I haven't even scheduled it. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Well, I have tea and I have biscuits. So everything will be okay. It's impossible for me to even go back and check the chat because those files are dead. I deleted them because I was thinking that YouTube was trying to reactivate. You know, I thought it was trying to reactivate like an old stream, or maybe there was an old stream key hanging around in the system somewhere. And yeah, I was about to literally just to jack it in and fire up the Discord after party on my phone or on my laptop. That would have worked. So why was I sleeping? I'm just like, guys, every second my eyes are open, I am awake. I'm aware Patreon video for March is uploading from this as we speak. And there's a few more in the bag as well. And there's a nice behind the scenes too for Tiger Tears. Hang on 1 second. Let me make sure it is uploading. Yes, 97% uploading on Patreon. 97%. That's the bar we expect to see. Hey, isn't that cool? Actually, do you know what? This might be partly responsible for some of the issues I've been having. It's using up all my... No. We have quality of service here. It should be all right. Anyway, yeah, that's uploading on Patreon. It's a 5 GB file about autism acceptance, autism awareness. I don't know, whatever you want to call this damn month. The month of gremlins. Autism Speaks just calls it Autism Month. Yes, they do. They can't even go through the stages of grief for us. They can't even do the, acceptance to in the final stage of grief. They can't even start. Actually, they're somewhere at anger. Denial and anger. Sorry for the peacocks. Every day is Autism Day for me. Thank you all for being here. By the way, I would like to say this. This shows commitment. It does. It shows commitment. Everyone who hung around, I don't know, bonus autism points for you. Leslie, they chose April. It might be because originally it started with an A, but actually they chose it because of the 2nd of April. Autism Awareness Day, the United Nations Day. One of 7 health-related international holiday days. I think everyone who is autistic should get a month off, or at the very least a day off. And I think we should all be paid as well. This wonderful month. I think there should be benefit income. Yes, August starts with an or. Yes, we should I hereby claim August. My hair, my messy face. I claim August. I flagged like Elon Musk doing his silly thing on the stage. Yeah, there you go. Flags. Oh man, I'm just arguing with other YouTubers at the moment. Just because some people really enjoy being derogatory about autism on the basis of Elon Musk, on the basis of just that, just you know, they'll mention it as part of a line of allegorical adjectives, you know, as though autism has anything to do with it. It's almost comedy, right? Isn't it? When you sort of list loads of negative things about a person and then something completely banal that has nothing to do with any of the aforementioned things. It's like saying Hitler was one of the most evil men in history. He built some horrible places. I don't want to start listing these things because they are actually quite awful. And then he also had a moustache. Rah, can't stand men with moustaches. It's almost like that, right? But it's not comedy. It's people going, the autism. Ah, my upload's done. Thanks, Yannick. I appreciate that. Yeah, so this is going to be available on Patreon just as soon as I've given it a title and description. Everyone who's a Patreon member is going to get an email. This is a Cat Tiger exclusive, but there's lots more stuff going live. I'm really happy that that's done. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll now hide my screen. There's nothing to see, by the way. It's, you know, this particular scene is, no, that one's not so bad. It's very American, but it's not the worst thing. I'm not trying to say American stuff, but I'm trying to say cultural differences. For example, one of the clips, the hosts can't stop calling autism special needs. In fact, they don't use the term autism. They just say special needs. And it starts off irritating, but eventually it gets quite funny. In a you've all got special needs kind of way. Special needs, special needs, special needs, special needs, but can't say autism. It's too heavy a word. Sorry, everyone. I'm swearing at you. Where's the cluster of ducks? I've got news, I've got news, I've got news, I've got news. TJ. Listen, everyone. We have, and I shit you not, okay? Shit you not. It's dark outside now. It's really difficult. I could possibly do it on that after party, but we have ducks. Well, as in like wild ducks. Wild ducks have moved in. We have 2 boys and a girl. You know, the mallard type. Just ducks. Wild ducks. And we have now, like I say, the ducks. Bring forth a duck. Yes, I will. Because we have our domestic ducks, which are actually geese. They're taxonomic geese. Muscovies are. And we have ducks, and we have wild ducks. There's like 3 types of duck out there. We require a duck. They found the pond, Leslie. They did. And now they're just chilling on the grass. They're just sitting down and chilling. They also, do you know what? I will, not tonight, but there will be streams outdoors. Like, as it's not pitch black outside, it's starting to turn now. Like, you can see if your eyes adjust a little bit. Does anyone remember the Aurora stream from last year? That was just I'm going to say insane. Insanely good. Oh, it was just amazing. Best night, one of the best nights ever. Phil, they're in like a scattered zigzag, which you could consider a row depending on your perspective. Like the constellations in the sky. We see them as constellations, but from a different angle, they'd just be random stars, aren't they? How many ducks equal a witch? Well, we have to take the average weight of a witch. I'm going to say 50 kilos, including a tire. They were malnourished. And the average weight of a duck, which is whatever the average weight of a duck is. Someone Google it. I bet you are right now. Divide one, bite the other. Still light here, but getting dark now. Yeah. It's definitely getting dark. But I want to go outside and do some outside streams. You might have noticed in my most recent YouTube content, leaving the background and venturing forth into the outdoors. The outdoors. Who's done the duck maths? Please, duck maths. I have an advent calendar 1 year, like, go for 50 kilos. You guys can do kilos, right? Kilos and grams. Please stick to kilos and grams. Another one bites the... Hydra, baby. Hydra. Okay, so anyway, this is Jasper. This on the floor. Who are you? Anna. And then we have... Hey, Polly. She can't hear me. That's Princess Polly. And then Hydra. Hydra's acting like she can't hear me, but I can see that she did hear me because her ears moved imperceptibly or just perceptibly. Hydra, baby. Hydra, what's going on? Oh, kitten update. They are going to have their gearboxes removed very, very soon. They're booked in for a very interesting day. They're going to get high on veterinary. All the things I want to say today, I can't because it's YouTube. A US nickel weighs 5 grams. In fact, in which case, yes, how many nickels are in a witch? Well, 100,000, right? Am I right? My brain struggling. I'll go get Hydra for you. Cats and masters and oh, guys, today. Members on the Discord, go into Pets and Animals and look at the 2 videos I posted because I went for a walk today. I sat down and random cat from my Sunday video came up and sat on my lap. I had 15 minutes with random cat, random kitty on my knee. Yeah. And Pips. Yeah, and I just popped her off. Do you know what's really funny? She was really loving, great cat to just sit. Quite weighty as well, I would say. Quite old. Kind of old and damaged, but you know, community cat. Anyway, she just walked off and didn't even look back. And I'm like, okay, I got to get up now. I wasn't even sitting in a comfortable position. He was like, I just sat down and then all of a sudden, cat. No, community cat, Anne-Marie. We have community cats, by the way, all over the Isle of Man, and I think it's wonderful. If anybody ever watched the theatrical production of Cats, not the one with Taylor Swift in it, not the weird CGI one, just with worse CGI than a 90s cartoon, I shit you not. That movie, which I haven't watched all of, I saw a breakdown of it on YouTube and decided it's not worth watching. It would just infuriate me. I did eventually get around to watching Sia's music, though. I probably need to poll everyone. Ask if you guys have watched it or not. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, it's like, there's no real story. It's based on a number of poems. T.S. Eliot, I think, wrote a bunch of poems. In fact, he used to write cat poems and mail them to his friends, like secretly. He'd like write a cat poem and then just off. And it'd be great because he'd receive one. And it'd be one of those cat songs. Anyway, oh, Sabes. Hi, mate. Right. And then you have like different cats in different occupations, right? Same thing. We have Geronif. We can talk cats. I'm a big cats fan. I'm a big cats fan, as in the theatre show. I have seen it. And it's a shame it stopped now because I would like to go and watch it again because it's probably the one show I could probably just watch over and over and over again. I do very much like cats. I occasionally have dreams that I'm performing musically in Cats. Before you expect the leotard. Cat ears are as far as I go with that one. We don't go any further down that line. Because they are Interesting cats. But anyway, as I was saying, you get different cats in different occupations. So you have, you know, like the theatre cat, and then you've got the railway cat, and then you got like all the different cats. It's great. It's great. I'm gonna go and get some of the aforementioned cats for you. One moment. It's a theatre show that has no storyline. In case you're expecting one. This is Anna Ferret. Ta-da! Thanks, Peacock. Hi, baby. This is Hydra, baby. Hydra. That way. Fine. What can you do? Work with cats. Hydra, stop complaining. Life is very good. Ears are cold. Oh, hey, okay, this is the start of the technical failure as things start randomly shutting themselves off. I can turn you back on though. Yeah. No, don't walk on that. One does not merely walk on a MacBook. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you have dirty feet. Blow off the dirt. I just sort of lost the spot. I was like, has she? To what? To whom? To Anna Ferret, who is here, merely on the floor. So is Sabes, by the way. Anna Ferret, no, I'm not going to feed you right now. Got you fed. You well. Anna's like, no. She's like, no, fuck you. What are you going to do? She's sitting under my stool that I used for my filming. I sit on the stool for filming. She's under that, ensconced in the legs of the chair of this chair. Sabes. Let me know who'd be interested in a, not really behind the scenes, I guess, but kind of like a studio tour. Oh, not that light too. Hang on. Yeah. Who would be interested in such a thing? I could film all of the different things in here. There are a lot of intriguing things. Hydra, there was no need to be rude to Anna. Okay, cool. We should do it. All right, cool. I'll do it. I'll do a studio tour video. I think it could be interesting. There's some stuff to show you guys, and you might find it interesting to look at cameras and lights and things and techie things and wires. Yeah, Elon is turning off your technology. Dograde. Yeah, well, indeed. This is a carbon neutral show, by the way. We have solar panels. So her Elon can go and hair off, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, Yannicke, congrats. Hey, welcome, Gemma. Gemma's Journey Grace, Gemma. And Neil, Autistic Not Alien, welcome. I hope you guys are not like, sorry, one sec. The plant is falling out of the fish tank. This basically fell off one of our plants. And yeah, look at the leaf. Look what the leaf has done. Look, it's actually turned over because the fish tank lights. Isn't that fun? Anyway, yeah, this leaf caught my attention. It fell out. I just plopped that into the fish tank. And it's basically a hydroponic, whatever this plant is. I'm not a houseplant person. Maybe someone can tell me. It's not doing great. But it has grown. It is big now. It was like this big when I put it in there. I'm going to stick that back in the fish tank. It's grown so well on fish poo. Because it's just like leaning in there. It's just sort of wedged in there a little bit. It's just floating on the top. The cats like to play with it. BJD 12th Doctor. I also have houseplants in tanks. That is fantastic. Tell me about it. Just do it. No, it's not rubber. It's real. It's growing. 89 watch, only 10 likes. Yeah, tickle the button, hug the button, love the button, stim the button, and slap the like button like it's a really bad ABA therapist. Speaking of which, I am working on a very, very long and complicated ABA video. I have a request that I have been unable to complete as part of this very, very large video project. That request is that I cannot become... Hold on to your seats, please. In order to complete my ABA video, I need more information on ABA. And I figure that the best way to get that information is to become an ABA, RBT, certified ABA therapist. My problem is that I can't book in for my examination without a supervisor. I have to have a BACB supervisor. I have to send them some personal information, some academic history, some criminal history. And I just have to have them go, yep, he is who he says he is. And then I can book in for my exam. And if I pass the exam, I become an ABA therapist. Doing it for the YouTube video. Please don't leave. The problem I'm having is that nobody wants to be my supervisor. I don't actually know that as a fact. I just know it because I'm being ignored by everybody. I can't, no one wants to supervise me. They do require a criminal history records check. Yep, that's okay. That's not a problem. I'll even pay for my own DBS check. It's all right. I have to do them as part of, teaching kids snorkel skills and things. You don't need to pass the exam. No, I don't, El Moonlight, I don't. But it would be really cool on a YouTube thumbnail, don't you think? It doesn't have to be a local one, no. Danielle, it doesn't, no. It could be anyone anywhere in the world, really. I think someone from the UK would be better because it would make more sense. So my current plan is to complete my mock exam and then I can say, blah, 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 little asterisk, obviously little footnote. But yeah, it's a shame. It'd be quite cool to have it would be quite cool to be an ABA therapist. I'm not advocating for ABA, by the way. Many of you that know me know that's the case. I'm just saying, it's the only way I can do a good job on this video and create something that I would have wanted to watch. I'm still learning. I mean, I'm still trying to figure stuff out. I'm still trying to separate good ABA from bad ABA and trying to find out, how do you know what is all of ABA a red flag or just most of it? Or what's the deal? They have to be BACB accredited. Yeah. They have to certify me. I don't require any supervised hours from them. Just so you know, by the way, RBT therapists require 5% of their monthly hours to be supervised. That is horrifying. No, I do not need to practice ABA in order to become an RBT. No, RBTs do. This is not just a me thing. No, BACB accredited therapist is not sufficient. It's the next level above. It's the... Does anyone watch Lord of the Rings? Not the goblins. The next level up. The orcs with the Urukai. That's the ones I want. I want an ABA Urukai. I need one of them to qualify me. I would like to speak to ABA Saruman and have a conversation. The problem I've got is that no one wants to talk to me because it's risky. I mean, it's not. I understand that. I wouldn't want to talk to me either. Let's put it out there. I'll be perfectly honest. Especially if I felt uncomfortable. Especially if I felt like I have something to hide, which I don't. I'm a certified ABBA therapist. Nice. Dancing Queen. Anne-Marie, I think I understand why no one wants to talk to him. You can't be talking about me. Sure. You're not talking about me, surely. It's if I'm critiquing the work, I mean, quite fundamentally. Let's not forget that the ABA, by the way, I haven't learned anything about the science really, or about the history. It's more of a pragmatic kind of clinician type of role. Which is a shame because 2 of my 5 big questions are based on the science and the history. Ivar Lovaas said that autistic people aren't people, just shells of people. Same guy who invented gay conversion therapy. Think about all of the damage that's caused over the last few decades. Less so with the internet, you know, but sort of pre-internet. Things were pretty bad, by the way. I'll just let you guys know. I mean, I'm glad I grew up pre-internet. I'm really glad about that. But it made the world a big place. It made the world a scary place. I would supervise you? Oh, Soup. Come on now. Soup would be fine. But yeah. So if you are watching this, if you are an RBT technician, I'm not that interested in talking to you. I'm sorry. I've spoken to quite a lot of RBTs. But your supervisor, your you know, they might go by the name Darth, or they might wear weird robes and walk around. They might. How do you identify one in the street? They might be wearing sort of like a black facial, sort of full face helmet. It's one of them. So many YouTubers in here. Where are the YouTubers? If there was Klingon conversion therapy, I'd sign up straight away. Oh, you just need some Sharpies for that. Oh, Jen. Jen, my friend. Welcome. How's it going? I hope you're well. I need to let you know that when I was recording Patreon videos, my phone was blowing up. And it was our dear friend Quinn. And then I had to turn my phone to Do Not Disturb. Which consequently meant that my phone didn't wake me up when it was time to start my live stream, because I needed a nap because I'm burning the candle at every end. I'm just setting myself on fire, basically. David, sorry, I'll place that you do the training on from if they have a list of people that might do it. That's exactly what I have done. Yes, I have done that. I have done that. I will say this. I will drop out just a very funny little spoiler. I've been incognito. If they check my email address, it will tell them something that they might not like. I've been going in as Mike with no other identifying characteristics, not showing my face. You know what I mean? And all of the games that we have to do for each of the modules, and there are some fun little games. I mean, if you like old Acorn Archimedes games from the late 90s and that's your vibe, then you might enjoy these of memory retention kind of games, or at least fact retention games. I enjoyed them. I have got, like, I'm on their leaderboard for quite a lot of these memory retention games. But I'm on the leaderboard as Autistic AF. So if anyone actually like does the training and looks at the leaderboard for some of the ABA module games, they see like Autistic AF. I just think that's funny. It entertains me. I don't know why. I'm just a child. I think that's that's a very niche troll, isn't it? It's a really niche troll. But I filmed all of this stuff and I will put together a video about it because I think it's interesting. I think it's entertaining. If nothing else, it's interesting. Yeah. But yes, I need a supervisor. I don't actually need one. I can go to all of this effort and not do a certification. And in fact, this certification is not actually what the video is about. It's actually just the certification is not actually that important. That's more to do with the mind map and filling in knowledge holes. But unfortunately, it's not possible to fill in all of my gaps because I have 5 big questions. 2 of them relate to the science and determining what's good ABA and what's bad ABA. Mostly because the history of ABA is fucking awful. The history of ABA is really, really bad. It's really bad. And you read this shit. And do you know what? It's so bad, you think it doesn't belong. It belongs in the 1930s. Yeah, I'm doing the 1930s Germany thing again. But like some of the stuff written about autistic people is almost worse than some of the stuff that's been written about Jewish people of that time. I'm not saying I'm not making claims here. I'm not blah, blah, blah. Okay, don't jump down my throat. What I'm trying to say is some of these American psychologists of the 20th century were off their heads on something. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff. So I need to know, how does modern practice deviate from what was acceptable? Bearing in mind that there are places, one in particular in the US, that still shocks children. In fact, staff have even done so and killed people for fun. It's not a joke. I'm not exaggerating. These are evidentially true. The UN has called it torture. The US FDA has said, don't do that. This is unscientific. That's harming people. Like, the United Nations go, no, don't do that. It's not, this is torture. This is literally like, shut the shit down. This is happening in the US. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I feel like I've described it sufficiently. How do you separate that from modern ABA practice? Now, I have gone through the ethics stuff, and yes, this isn't allowed, and you need consent and constant consent. It makes it sound like a sex thing. But how do you get constant consent from somebody when they are non-speaking? How do you get constant consent from somebody when they have a very low IQ? I think IQ is a big issue. There's big problems with it. The whole thing is bogus. Blah 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 blah. Autistic people don't have that. Blah 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 blah. I've said all this a million times. I can't just keep disclaiming myself, or we'll never get anywhere. How do you get consent from someone who has had their ability to give consent removed? How do you do that? When somebody has had a best interests meeting and they have lost their capacity, it has legally been removed from them. The guardianship has moved to somebody else or to some team or organization. And they decide what's best for you is electric shocks. How do you... Surely every therapist should decline. But they don't. Maybe some individuals have. I need to be fair. So like, where do you draw the line? How does it work? How does whistleblowing work? What separates old practice from new practice? I still don't have an answer to that. And I am trying so damn hard. Like, you guys, I have spent like nearly 200 hours on this. And this is going to be my first like 500-600 hour video. That's why the last 6 or 7 videos have all been not my usual quality, because all of my energy is going into this. And when I'm done, I don't want to talk about it again for a while. And I best post and ghost and not talk about it in the comment section either, because it's going to get wild in there. Judy Bell, Little Cogs, yes. How does a traumatized person give informed consent? Exactly. And the consent needs to be renewed, and it needs to be active, and it needs to be positive. And I'm thinking to myself, well, hang on a second. Quite a lot of the clients and the case studies are from people that can't give informed, constant consent. They can't, do you know what I'm trying to say? It's kind of fucked up. Old A, Frank, yes, you're correct. Old ABA did explicitly call for negative reinforcement. New ABA says that it doesn't. You are right. When you say negative reinforcement, you're talking about removal of food and water, I think. Let me know if I'm wrong. So yeah, could be that. Yeah, so you don't remove food and water. Those are motivators that are kind of like, what? Then I also want you to, yeah, in fact, also, let me also be clear. A lot of the quote unquote good things that come out of this seem to be from other modalities. For example, speech therapists helping kids who don't have the expected developmental trajectory. Let's put it that way. I'm glad I wasn't subjected to any of this. My dad told my psychologist that it wasn't the done thing. And in some respects, that weird stiff upper lipped British Army sergeant kind of nonsense kind of probably saved my brain. I'm kind of grateful. Look, your mileage may vary, but I'm kind of grateful. I'm going to need another cup of tea. But I'm not leaving you all on ABA while I'm gone. That feels irresponsible. You're not like removing water from people permanently and killing them that way. That's not the case, no. This will be like a child that wants to leave a table, get some water, get a drink. You know, things that kids often say as well. They often make it up. But kids shouldn't be taught or even trained that not drinking is a good thing. It's potentially harmful. I'll give you another example. So in one of my modules, everything's reading quite well. I can't really find an issue with it. That's me not finding an issue with it. Doesn't mean there aren't issues, okay? But the criteria for therapy is that a child's bottom, you know, they fidget a lot, they move a lot, they don't sit down in an L shape for 3 seconds. The bottom leaves the seat after 3 seconds. And that's when you reinforce tell them off, you know, reward them when they're sitting down, all this shit. And it's true. I mean, to be quote unquote mainstreamed is what you guys call it in the US, right? Into US schools. This is a US based program, so quite a lot of it is culturally different. So where I might be a little bit shocked and take offense, it could just be because I'm screwing up my face like a peanut butter sandwich, which are gross. That's factually true for me. We've been here already. Yeah, sitting with your feet on the ground, yes, but the bottom leaving this chair after 3 seconds I thought was unreasonable. Look, when I was in school, I was moving about. I was kind of being discreet, for sure, but a lot of the seats were plastic, you know what I'm trying to say? They're not comfortable. This thing here, this chair here is super comfy. Great. My stool is not. I'm constantly moving about on that thing. It's a hardwood top. Yeah, Jules, true. My feet are currently intertwined around the leg of the desk. What's wrong with that? I don't see it as a problem. Neurotypical children don't stay still. True. The other issue that I've got is, let's say that the child did something bad. Okay. Let's say they took from their ruler a pencil case of ruler. When their teacher walked past, they slapped the teacher's wrists or fingers or knuckles with the plastic ruler. Let's say that happened for whatever reason. Won't get into it. That event can be their introduction into ABA. Whereas before they might have been a fidgeting neurotypical child. Just fidget, you know. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Calvin. We fidgets, yeah. Okay, it goes from that to actually being a problem. It becomes pathologized. And it becomes, you know, he has to be trained into how to sit still and how to be motionless and how to be very Victorian era schooling, by the way. The difference that we don't have now. This is my hot take. I'm not advocating for anything here. I'm saying that in the Victorian era, when kids shut the fuck up, they sat down, they stared at a chalkboard. They were like, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, miss, no, miss. They just did everything, and they were completely compliant. Was because of corporal fucking punishment. Positive punishment. Not positive in a good way. Positive as in applied. As in, this cane is going to get applied to your asshole. And in fear of abuse, in fear of force, in fear of infliction of pain for non-compliance. And you know, like corporal punishment was used on kids that didn't do anything wrong, or weren't bad or whatnot. There's nothing there. It's just like the teachers, you know, maybe wanted to take out a bit of energy, a bit of frustration. So that's where I'm trying to go with this is that, yeah, neurotypical kids, good point, could be fidgeting too. Yes, but when an event happens that causes them to then, though you said completely compliant, but when completely lifeless, yeah, my brain would go completely disassociated. Disassociation is bad, okay, but it's a great tool for just getting through. I'm messing about, okay? Don't come here for advice. My son's barely sitting at school. The Waldorf teachers didn't inform me. They normalised and stuff like the delayed diagnosis for years, but at least they're affirming. Oh, I'm sorry. That actually sounds like a fairly typical thing, though. Like, that's pretty standard. I would call that societal ABA. What about ABAing the ABA therapist that are doing ABA? Well, yeah, we'll get to it. What I'm trying to tell you guys, I'd prefer not to have done this whole long prevaricative warm up. And I want it done. I want it out of my life. But I'm putting a lot of effort into making sure I get this as good as I possibly can so that there's a piece of content out there. And you know, and I feel proud of. A big project for me. I know the irony of possibly making something, putting tons of money and tons of time into something, sacrificing like family relationships and looking after yourself properly and do you know what I'm trying to say? Like you sacrifice all of that shit for weeks and then you post something on YouTube and then YouTube goes, yeah, fuck that. I don't think this should be shown to people. I can understand that. There's a risk I'm going to take because I haven't talked about it in the time I've been on YouTube. This is where it's going to go. Welcome to the team. What's your name? Everything's broken. Oh, there it is. Oh, and it disappeared. You know who you are. I'm just going to move that alert box and make it smaller and more readable. Right, tea time. 2 minutes. Cup of tea. 2 minutes. Scene 2. What music do we want? Are you sick of golden things? I'm not. Tough.
Appalachian sunrise meets my skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden, golden, I'll follow only golden, 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 golden things. Mountain laurel high fives for miles in spring. Rainbow trout and a hummingbird wing. Golden, I'll follow only golden, golden, golden things. Gold hair, gold rings, step over splinters of the moon. Golden, I follow only golden, golden, golden things, gold birds, gold string, gold words, gold anything, golden. I follow only golden, golden, golden things, golden. I follow only golden, golden, golden things. Appalachian sunrise meets my skin. Even with my eyes still closed, I can feel it coming in. Golden,
Golden things. Right, thanks everyone for bearing with me. Okay, Emma. Emma's coming in. Emma, hello, Emma. Hello, Emma. This is Emma, everybody. How are we all doing? Emma! Come on. What's going on, Emma? What's happening? I can hear a kitty voice I'm not familiar with. 1 second, everybody. Emma! So many noise. So much noise. So much noise. Once again, back sounds duck. Or soup. I'm not sure if you've seen the Peep Show streams. We've done a lot of Peep Show streams. Unfortunately today, my brain has no capacity to do anything. Which is why I'm sitting here with a bowl of grapes and a cup of tea. These are the things I have. Neither of which is a duck. To be fair to ducks though, they are sleeping. Lizzie, welcome. I shit you not. Today, I got random kitty. I got random kittied. I met a random cat. I sat on a random bench and had a random cat on my lap. But like, I was just going to sit briefly, like very briefly, you know, just flick on my phone, notifications, chat on Discord or something. But I ended up sitting there for like 15 minutes because I had cat on my lap. I posted video of myself and cat on the Discord. I was very, very happy. Lila P, I'm getting ready for a Bernie rally. Oh, do something. I don't know a huge amount. I'm not going to do politics, whatever. But Bernie Sanders seems like a pretty sound bloke. I've watched a lot of him when I made my RFK response. So, you know, he's involved in a lot of my research, as a subject. He's very good. He reads, or at least he prepares well and argues well. And he's actually put to RFK a lot of the stuff that's in my videos. He said, what about this Danish study? What about, and RFK goes, blah, 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 blah. Sith Lord, Sith Lord, Sith Lord. But Bernie's actually puts together really good evidence, and an RFK cites stuff that's just crap. I made videos on all of it, which I feel like are quite good. Last Sunday's video, like 2 days ago, not my best work, but I'm struggling for time, guys. T Ferry is great, but this is just me. Like, I'm going to be politics mild. I don't want to have long conversations about politics. We have a politics channel in the Discord, and it's all very peaceful and everything, but it's opt-in, so I don't want to politic too much. And it feels unfortunate because the political, let's call it a crisis, because it is a political crisis. It's not just America, but it's mostly America. In fact, regarding autism and healthcare, it's all America. It does come over here too. It spreads around the world. Everybody knows about the American tariff situation. Everyone knows about autism is this horrible thing. It's a national emergency. Is it though? I mean, is learning disabilities a national emergency? I mean, if you're looking at employment, okay, in our capitalistic society, looking at employment, then we are the second least employed demographic, second only to learning disabilities, more so than all of the physical disabilities, all of them. And that attitude, the culture, it makes it okay. Even if it's an absolute cunt saying these horrible things, and everybody knows, oh, it's just a nasty man. Like, he's just literally just awful. But the fact that it's somebody saying these things creates that, it anchors, all right? It creates a psychological anchor point. It's really irresponsible. And I'm going to say one last thing, which is that autism services and politicians that set these priorities see what's happening and go, okay, cool. Autism's, you know, we can drop autism services. You know, it has had the cooling, chilling effect on autism service. God, I am worried for the next few years. I really am. I'm definitely worried about it. I'm not trying to make you guys worried about it. I'm just saying quality of I don't want to say life, care, provision, service, even respite for those that need it is going to be down than it is now. And it is tiring. I know the autism mom thing. I get it a lot. Like about a dozen times a day. I'm not saying I'm focusing on the negative comments, guys. I promise you I'm not. But I am trying to find a thread. I am trying to find patterns. I am trying to see, oh God, that person's moaning at me. Oh, it's fine. They're picking on my ears. That's not okay, but it's the internet. Fine. You know, disregard. Autism mom rocks up and goes, you're not like my little kid, Jimmy, who had a vaccine and now is autistic. And it's like, ugh. I'll tell you what I'm getting a lot of at the minute. I'm getting a lot of my kid has improved because they've had this therapy. And a lot of the time it's like, see what you're trying to tell me is that you've got an autistic kid, you've given them 6 years of therapies, whatever they are, undisclosed therapies, and all of a sudden, now they can dress themselves and speak. Well, yeah. You had a 6-year-old, and now you have a 12-year-old. They're different. My 6-year-old was struggling to ride a bicycle. Really never kind of got there until his late teens. But he was scuba diving at 12. I wasn't speaking at 4. My first words were computer. Which I could spell before I spoke. Look at me now. And I'm not saying that speaking and presenting is like the biggest thing that everyone should aim for. Communication skills on my character sheet were definitely started off like negative values. And everything I do to kind of like improve my communication skills. This expensive microphone. You know, wearing things that are comfortable to me. Sitting alone. There's no other humans that can hear me. I think T Fairy is away. So it's kind of like I'm doing these things to give myself buffs to communication and buffs to these things. I met another YouTuber recently in real life. I bumped into them. I said, hi, insert name here. Shook their hand. And spent the next 2 days thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, Mike, you made a fool of yourself. I came across so badly. You guys are probably not going to believe me because you see either, you know, an edited version of me. My patrons see a bit more, but it's difficult in an uncontrolled environment. It's difficult. Yes, you hear peacock sounds. Did I miss anyone? But I've definitely before. Hey Paul. Hey, I've got Hobbies. Hey Charlie. Hey Kathleen. Hey Lizzie. Barvinci. Hello. I do like that username. I think that is inspired. Well, people are different from you can grow up, learn and mature. Yeah. So what I was trying to say is people, right, here we go. So I'm not trying to say, oh, I did this survivorship bias, therefore you can too, therefore you should even. Like, it's possible to be a non-speaking autist and be a non-speaking autist your entire life. Obviously, I know it doesn't need to be stated. I'm not trying to say, oh, don't, you know, but what I am trying to say is you can't say that autistic people are like fucking stuck in some like age brain or whatever. In fact, if you ever hear that, bad thing. You know, this person has a brain of a 5-year-old. This person has a brain of an 8-year-old. There's no fucking such thing, by the way, and hasn't been for a while. It's like functioning labels. I got in trouble years ago for using that as a reference point. Oh, so what you're trying to say is that so-and-so has like the brain of a 10-year-old? Yeah. Don't do it. It's not how you talk to people. And I'm not trying to, you know, but many of the comments that I get from parents, ostensibly parents of autistic children, I don't know actually, do I? I just see a username and a comment. I don't know, you know, I believe them. It appears real to me. AI would never write like that, etc., etc. But a lot of the parents of autistic children will often say, look at my child, you know, they've had all of these therapies and they've improved, blah, 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 blah. It's like, they haven't just improved, they've grown up. Humans have developmental trajectories. And there's a difference between, say, for example, a typical autistic developmental trajectory, everyone with autism is different, blah, 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 and a typical neurodevelopmental, everyone with neurotypical developmental trajectories are different. When you have a kid and your kid's born in the British Isles, you get essentially an A4 sheet, or more than that actually, you get a booklet, a pretty booklet. But it shows the developmental milestones. At 3 months, your child should be lifting their head, should be responding to this light stimuli, should be responding to this sound, should be calling out, blah, blah, blah. And then you don't check boxes, and then the nurse is going to want to know why. And then you start looking into things like, do they have hearing issues? Do they have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Any sort of physical disability? Is there a problem here? Is there a developmental issue? Blah, 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 blah. Sometimes developmental trajectory stuff is super fucking useful. In other words, this is how much fluid a newborn baby should be drinking every single day. And if it wasn't for a checklist like that, then my son would have had issues, because it's like, shit, he's not drinking enough. How do you know? Because you have a ruler here going, this is how much a human body requires. This is how much he's taking. Oh, fuck, it's different. At 3 months, your child should be lifting 45 kilograms. Yeah. A Chilean child. Some of you will understand. Yeah, it's just nuts. It's like, yeah, you should, and it's like, right, hang on a second. Is this developmental trajectory stuff that's important? Like, this child is about to be dehydrated, or is it something that sometimes people just develop and grow on their own terms? Like puberty, for example, it's not the same time for everybody. The fucking term when I was a kid was late bloomer or something like that. Some kids went into puberty way earlier, became really tall and smelly and gruff and stuff, Some didn't, some later. It's just, whatever. I was delayed for a ton of stuff, but guess what? Nobody knew. Because, growing up on a military residence in Germany in the 80s, 1980s, Cold War 1980s, we were rather more concerned about nuclear bombs and the IRA than we were about whether or not I was doing X, Y, or Z correctly. And just trying your best to fit in, or, kids are expected to be fucking mute anyway. Like, when we would go to other people's houses, the expectation is that I and other children, it's just all kids, right? Nothing personal here. It's not, I wasn't being picked on. It was like all kids. But to be seen and not heard is the phrase. So basically, you shut the fuck up. You take your shoes off as soon as you walk to somebody's house. You sit. Do you know something? Actually, those rules were perfectly fine. I had no problem with it. I knew what the expectation was. I would walk into somebody's home. I'd potentially greet them and go, hello, Mr. Hello, Mrs. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. Insert name here. Take your shoes off. Stand there silently with your arms by your side, not really doing anything. Kind of like an untrained soldier, just standing there ridiculously, pensively. And then maybe they would free you up to go and play in the garden or something. In which case I would just go in the garden, sit down on the grass and just stare at blades of grass all day, which is fine because as a fucking adult, I get rewarded for trying to discover new species. Damn it. I've been on teams where people have discovered new fucking species and I haven't. And it's not, I'm not trying to say I want an accolade, but it's like this sort of activity is rewarded as an adult. It is not rewarded as a child. It just confuses the hell out of me. Now, in my view, any sort of like, I guess, natural world inquiry, which seems so common with an autistic neurotype, should be fucking rewarded. Holy shit. Go get that child a magnifying glass and a clipboard. And a torch. That's the shit Nina and I do for fun. I could literally just live my entire life without like within 100 meters of it. Well, assuming I can go diving. But like, I could literally live in like a tiny little, like, I would just explore and like bug pots. Yeah. We had like pond water and like a microscope and we'd look at the pond water. We don't know what the fuck we're looking at. I'm not trying to say we're like experts, whatever. I haven't got a fucking clue. Wiggly thing, blobby thing. But it's fascinating. We buy each other almost kids, child science kind of toys. Do you know what I mean? Any of you guys do that? Bet you do. Bet you do. Bet I've called you out. I mean, I have with me right now some rocks that have been sent to me from one of you guys. I shit you not. I even have rocks that are painted for a video. Why would you pathologize that kind of behavior? Like a child that wants to be alone and wants to play and I bet you something else. I bet you that another child coming along that would be like, that would sit down near the child who's being quote unquote non-responsive, sits with them, you know, companionably, and then just in parallel mimics the activity. I would love to see that in ABA. Come on now, do that. Do that. Go play with the child. Go meet them where they're at. You might learn something. Jironif, thank you. Come on. Graphic even, well, actually don't go to National Geographic, but like science and, you know, science communication organizations sell them. We've got one with, which is like this big. It's very small. It's not electronic. It just has a really simple acrylic lens, objective lens, and it's got a little LED light, as in like a little LED in there, and it lights up. The whole thing is probably like $10. It's probably $1 a parts, but it doesn't matter. In fact, you know something? Someone's actually invented a cardboard and single lensed microscope for the third world, which can detect malaria in a drop of blood. This is no Elizabeth Holmes shit. This is cheap. Look, this will work. I mean, it's fiddly, but you can do it. It could save lives. Oh, sound? Helen, what have I missed? Oh, thank you. Okay, no worries, no worries. It could be me. I'm keeping an eye. The first thing I do when I see this thing, guys, if you let me know is a problem, is I look straight away. I think I'm streaming in a really low resolution. Sorry about that. Just the fact that I'm here at all is a miracle. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Yeah, and it's just great to be able to just do that. It's just fascinating. It's just all kinds of things. Just let people be. Do you know what I mean? So speaking at the time. Now, you want to mainstream someone in school. My son is neurotypical, but he has some characteristics. He has some traits. We could call them family traits. Okay. His first day in nursery, he bit a child on the face. I had to go in and apologize to the parents for this mark on the child's face, which looked like a cookie cutter shark had bitten him on the side of the head, and I was really embarrassed. And it's kind of like, okay, children are weird, man. Smelly, dirty little creatures. Cluster duck is Cockney rhyming span for cluster fuck. Barry will have to tune in again soon. I have another pair of cat ears, by the way. I'm struggling to find like really nice cat ears as opposed to kind of like 8-year-old cat ears. Kind of tricky. There's no market for them. Max Bill, someone's brought on nose with no rest going to be praised. Yeah, there you go. Testing. There we go. That's better. Just stuff is just broken today. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you everyone for letting me know. We should be good now. I can see the meters and it's all working. It's all quite loud. It was just for some reason just stopped working. I have no idea. No idea. But thank you for letting me know. Nothing surprises me today. If the damn thing caught fire, it would be like, yep, of course it did. Everything is going wrong. Except for my Patreon videos. A 5 GB one. And that's in 720p, by the way. A 5 GB one is just uploaded to Patreon. So after the stream, I'm going to be filling in the details, and if you remember, you'll get an email. If you're not on the tier that particular video is for, you'll get an email, I think. I'm sorry, I can't turn that off. No sound again. No. There's definitely sound. I think you're delayed now. Joshua, blind, so I can't say how good Badger's resolution is, but your audio sounds great. Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate that. I have a number of people who are blind in my community. In fact, there's one. I'm conscious about naming people's usernames because I don't know if people want to feel like perceived. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But there's one who was introduced to me from Quinn, Autistic. And we had a really lovely phone call. This was to New Zealand. Although that makes no difference anymore. There's no such thing as long distance phone calls and all the expensive money now. It's all like data, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my God. We had a phone call today. It was from New Zealand. Oh my God. What are we going to do? That's going to cost so much money. That's going to be like £50. Yeah, that's the thing of the past. That doesn't happen anymore. You don't have to do long distance phone calls. You don't have to like connect to an operator and have them patch you through to a country. I'm showing my age. But yeah, we had a really lovely conversation in Bristol, and it was really lovely. And I was I took a cue from Quinn, and I sort of visually gave my very best artistic kind of like, hey, this is what this place looks like. We're by the water. There's canal boats, there's like a bridge, and describing the bridge. And I was super curious as to how blind people navigate YouTube, because YouTube is a very visual medium. Although there is something that's often said, by the way, which is like your audio has to be really good. So your video can be crap on YouTube, but if your audio is bad, people will leave. I will leave a YouTube video if the audio is bad. So it's like audio number one. But even then, like, are you describing jokes? Like, I have very few. I do sometimes have like visual jokes where there'll be like something on the screen which is only visual and there's no audio. But that's rare, and usually it's just like a little Easter egg or something. But I try and explain most of my jokes. I think it's fascinating. Like the adaptive stuff. Like the Braille devices, which can kind of like I'm not even explaining it well enough because I don't even fully understand, but you can basically have like windows for Braille. And it moves. You can tactile feel stuff. That's how this person accesses YouTube videos. Blew my little mind. Hello, B. Hello, Brittany. Hello, Stombies. Against the calling cards in the late 2000s. We've not been able to communicate with my Danish husband from the States who first got together. Wow. Yeah, when I was a kid at school, when I say kid at school, I'm talking high school, okay? I had a phone card, like it was like a calling card type of thing. And basically I could type in a number, like I had to type the number on the card. Then I could dial a number, and it was prepaid, and I basically was allowed like something like, I don't know, like a couple of minutes a week. But I could go into a payphone and I could dial a number and I could make phone calls. Just about. Not that I wanted to make phone calls. It wasn't exactly something I used very often, but yeah. The cat ears are not fake, they're real. I feel like the spinning dial for the green round when crossing the road. That spinning dial thing, that's new as well. I saw my first one in England recently. Sorry everyone, this is a new top and I have to move my t-shirt underneath. Down. It's very comfy, but the fleece lining on the inside kind of grips my t-shirt. So it's kind of like moving it. I can be very comfortable, but I have to stay relatively still. That will change once it's washed a few times. No 0898 numbers, Jansen. That would have just wiped out the balance. There were some interesting cards in those telephone boxes, weren't there? I'm not sure your part of the country, what it was like, but I can tell you Southeast England was wild. Those telephone boxes had a certain smell to them as well, which I've never smelt like since. It's hard to explain. Really hard to explain. Musty. A musty church smell, but amplified. It was weird. It was a strange smell. Almost sort of weirdly comforting. Especially if it was raining, because you can kind of hide from the rain. But yeah. The spinning dial thing's been around for ages in past UKV, and I remember holding them as a kid on sunny days when I did not know for my eyes. Ah, that's a hack. Yeah. I like that. Personally, I don't like pressing the call buttons even. Because I feel like other people's fingers have been there. They have been there. I don't not feel like it. Like that's exactly what they've been. Dirty, unwashed people touching the buttons. When yeah, the boxes stunk. Yeah. Sorry. We still have phone boxes on the island, I think, somewhere. I mean, I've seen a few around. I'm gonna go find. I'm gonna have to go find one, and yeah, it's what an interesting piece of history. Cody J, I am knuckling the buttons on those things all the time. Thank you. Were the sweeties there or just no? Okay, bye T Fairy. I thought you were putting sweeties on my table. No sweeties. No sweeties for me. Gonna need to find a new Tea Fairy. I'm gonna be hiring. I remember Dad's army doing phone box training. We have one in our village, and we don't have a traffic light. Nice. Oh, I think the traffic light. Hopefully it's nice and not an accident black spot. But yeah, I'll still have some phone boxes are now free. Nice, and also Wi-Fi hotspots. Yeah, we have Wi-Fi hotspots, but I need to pay more attention. I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna be intentional about this, and I'm going to look for a phone box. And I don't know why, but I'm gonna use it for filming a sketch of some sort, and I don't know what it's gonna be. The only purpose of this is to visit a phone box. A lot of ears touch the phone. Oh, honestly, don't need another phobia. Yeah, post-COVID, you can just have gloves on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I don't like. Yeah. Even like self-checkout, you have to like touch the buttons with people with. Sorry, it just grosses me. It's gross. Which is why I'm quite a fan of wipes. 0% plastic, if you please. There's usually a tissue, so yes. Yep, that's right. Who wrote that? Janice, welcome. I carry hand sanitizer grade ethanol spray bottle. I do too, but I find ethanol dries my skin, so I use something called, well, it's a company and it's a brand. But it's called Biotrol, and it works slightly differently to ethanol. It works mechanistically, actually. You can think of the structure of the molecule as being a bit spiky, and it kind of like perforates the the outer shell of microorganisms, and it lasts. It's residual, so I use that. I carry a little bit in my bag. And a big one at home to top it up. How Alan Partridge is that conversation? But yeah, it's true. It's the ego life hack. Burnout's occurring. This part of autism I don't like. Indeed, Harriet. I would definitely take medication to prevent burnout. An anti-burnout pill. Yep. A concussion from a phone box. The child, the door was broken and slammed really hard into my head. I'm sorry. They are heavy doors. They're heavy doors. I don't know why the Britain needs Saber thinks the wipes the streets. He does. Yeah. He will open them and then push them on the floor and then get disappointed. Biotroll with a Y instead of an I. I'm terribly sorry. It's what can you say about tech companies except that they like to replace a vowel and why do they replace vowels with consonants? I'll take an anti-being perceived pill. Yeah, you can kind of get over that a little bit. I felt really, really awkward filming outside on Sunday. I'm walking around. I suppose I shouldn't have done, but you know, no one really gives a shit about what other people are doing, sort of thing. But yeah, you got it, Amory. That's it. Yep. Mike with a Y. Ugh. Shut up. Actually, that does sound kind of like slightly Mediterranean. I would probably take that. Yeah. W is a vowel? Is it? No. A-E-I-O. Biotroll smells of nothing. A-E-I-O-U. W. Ready? Y is a vowel. W is not a vowel. Moon Pearl. Refresh the stream. You're about half an hour behind. Why is it? W is a vowel in Welsh. Is it? Why? Yeah. Yes. I know they treat that as a vowel. W is a vowel. Okay, the chat's going wild. I just need an answer, everybody. Don't bring your problems. Bring me solutions. What is? Okay. I'm going to introduce everybody to these. If I said Rich T Fingers, as in, hey, could you please give me a finger for my tea? Would you guys understand what I'm talking about? Okay. Saber is not catchphrase. Just because it crinkles. All right. They smell amazing. Okay, everybody, right? Okay. Now you can get them in different shapes. The predominant shape is a circle. This one is a particularly fat finger. You wouldn't want it any smaller than this because it would break in a heartbeat. There is a trick to this. So, Rich T Fingers. It smells buttery. Sabes. The video's on Patreon now. If I have to upload that video again, because I set the video to upload and then went for an app. Anyway, yeah. Sorry everyone, I'm holding it in my hand and I don't realize it's very low resolution stream. So, okay. Very pretty biscuits. Very cheap biscuits. Snap it in the mic. No, actually, okay. I'll snap one in the mic. But first, take your hydrate mug. Other brands are available, but they are not as good. Oh, I have lost. I do treat this mug badly, by the way. I chuck it in the dishwasher and I think I have chipped a bit. Chipped it a bit. I have. No, it's not chipped. It's just the lacquer. What's going on there? It's really good printing, but I have damaged it a bit. I have used this maybe 1,000 times. Anyway, don't snap it. You put the whole thing off. Anyway, you dip in your tea. Okay, and then sometimes not all the way in the tea. You want to use the dry part. So this is the wet part of the biscuit. This is the dry part of the biscuit. Tap the dry part of the biscuit here. If you do it with the wet part, it's going to snap in half and it's going to fall into the tea. You don't want a soggy biscuit. I'm an expert. I never have. There you go. See, you see it falling over? I'm training the Americans. Okay. And you can eat the biscuit after it's been in the tea. It's very nice. It's very comforting. It's very lovely. Very cheap. $500 fingers. Okay, right, they're mostly broken. I'm going to try and get a non-broken one. Oh, by the way, yeah, we do have Tim Tams here. I forgot to mention. I found Tim Tams like 2 days ago. But I was too busy feeling awkward from meeting somebody. Some of you know who I'm talking about. It's one of YouTube's biggest electronics YouTubers. So, here we are. You ready? Ready? Snap. Ready for this? Everybody, silence. Silence, please. From the holy biscuit, there's about to be snaps. Ah. Ah. I have Biscoff as well. Very nice. I don't know what I'm going to do with these pieces now. I'm going to hold them together and dip. They're not malted milk biscuits. Malted milk biscuits are nice, but these are not malted milk biscuits. They're rich tea. You can buy like a posh brand, but it's just kind of the same as a supermarket owned brand. And these are cheaper. You'll know I've made it on YouTube when I buy the McVitie's ones. Because the McVitie's ones are quite expensive. They're really expensive now. Like what the hell happened? Like in biscuit inflation. It used to be 50p for a packet of hobnobs and some ginger nuts each. And now it's like very expensive. Supermarket own brand, it's like sometimes like 50p. Like they can be quite cheap now. These are really good. I can eat a whole packet all on my own. Amelia, have you tried Yorkshire tea? Kellogg's cornflakes was to stop masturbation, wasn't it? They are awfully like uncomfortable. Sorry, sometimes supermarket brands are actually made in the same factory. You can tell the difference in a blind test, can't you? Like, say supermarket rich tea biscuit is kind of like, it has a different texture to a posh McVitie's brand biscuit. You will notice it in the digestives, particularly the chocolate ones. Yeah, but this is a supermarket brand. So for those who don't know, supermarkets will undercut the brands, you know, that they'll have in there. You can buy like a cheaper version that just has like the name of the shop on it. That's what this is. Biscoff spread, very good. Yeah, over here Biscoff spread is accidentally vegan. What eating meat made you violent? Really, Kellogg's? That kind of it, but interesting. Chloe J, am I wrong? Have I been placeboed into thinking the more expensive one is better. As a girl, masturbating with cornflakes takes on a whole new level of what the fuck, says Amelia. This is also true for guys. The only thing that goes inside cornflakes is milk from the fridge. It has to be cold milk. It can't be warm milk. We've got some lovely Oatly barista. But you wouldn't want to put warm milk on cornflakes. It's got to be cold. As a consequence, there are about 4 or 5 half-opened milks in the fridge because we store them in a cupboard, unopened in a cupboard. You can do that, and it's not like UHT milk. It doesn't need to be pasteurized because it doesn't have any, doesn't need things in it. It depends, like some of the same and no different packet. Yeah, okay. I think you're possibly right. American here. What's a digestive? Jennifer Green, welcome. A digestive. Sorry, my brain broke for a second. I just had to reboot. Digestive is kind of like a rich tea biscuit. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm really struggling. How do you describe a digestive biscuit? Yes, Polly. It's a cookie, a malted sawdust biscuit. Like an arrowroot cookie? What's an arrow? Okay. Yeah, they thought it would help with digestion. Soldiers ate them. We're talking like trench warfare. I think they're nicer. I don't think they're the same as those ones. Rough sweet circle. Yeah, it's a rough sweet circle. Oat milk. Yeah, Oatly barista is oat milk. Does he? Not a duck. This is true. Crumbly. Yes, thank you, Lucinda. Yeah, they're crumbly. Okay, half of my brain is telling me that I'm talking with aliens. Like this is a first contact meeting. And I'm trying to tell you what these Earth biscuits are like. Earth cookies. For those in the Union. And it's actually really hard when you think about it. Like, how do you describe everyday items or everyday objects? Sometimes it's really complicated. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. It's like, it's a digestive biscuit, obviously. Yeah, digestives are tastier than a rice cake. They're very sugary. Yeah. Really sweet wheat sweet meal biscuit. Yes, thank you, Helen. Yeah. You can get wholemeal ones, and they are nice. You can dip them in tea, just like you can with a rich tea. You have to be a bit quicker. You have to be. It's pro level that they will fall apart quite easily. Digestives are dense, yep. But they're more filling. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So you can have, if I had a cup of tea like this, I could have like maybe 3 or 4 digestive biscuits with it. That's a lot of material. Layla P, you can get, oh, you can't. Tesco's here sells gluten-free digestive biscuits. I'm reasonably confident. Okay. We can't let the night go without first talking about custard creams and bourbons. Can we talk about custard creams and watermelons? Or just read the word watermelon? Oh, Hammery, we talk about happy food. I love watermelon. Me too. Custard creams, though. What's your view on custard creams? Biscuit Duncan graft. We can tier list them. That's a theme for another live stream, I think. So the hobnob, for example, you could literally leave a hobnob in a bath for like 24 hours and it would probably still be solid. All right. Custard creams. Yeah, we'll get there. Custard creams are... Welcome, Verdloose. Custard creams are small rectangular biscuits, like a small matchbox almost. Like an Oreo. Like an Oreo. But the chocolate kind of filling is like custard flavored kind of yellow color. All right. Can we move on from custard creams? Right, bourbons next. A bourbon is close to an Oreo, to be fair. They're pretty close. So instead of the white filling of an Oreo, it's kind of like a brown kind of... It's the same kind of texture, different color. The taste is similar, a bit chocolatey, perhaps. Dragonflies. You are like Nina the Tea Fairy. She does that too. It's disgusting. Okay. Are we done with? Is everybody on board with bourbons? I take them diving with me because they're the good sugar boost as well, right? It's a good little bit of sugar. Bourbons are like naked penguins. I've never thought of them that way. Yes, a bourbon is like somebody licked the chocolate off a penguin. Okay. Are we done? All right, a hobnob. A hobnob is made of... It's like a very dry, quite hard flapjack. A hobnob is like a military biscuit. I feel like it's issued in rations. Hello, Snail Kitty. Welcome. Right. Very quickly, we have to move on in this presentation. We'll skip past the biscuits because I've got some in the kitchen. And onto the Jammy Dodger. Bar Vinci, thank you very much for reading my mind. The humble Jammy Dodger. Is everyone ready for this? A Jammy Dodger. Or a Jelly Dodger if you're in the US, maybe. Maybe are they called Jelly Dodgers in the US? Two biscuits, sweet, like soft digestive, filled with jam, jelly. Usually the top biscuit, sorry for showing you his arsehole. Usually the top biscuit isn't solid. It's got like a heart shape cut out in the middle so you can see the jam poking through. And they always usually have like a bit of a press design on them. And they're not that big. They've actually gotten smaller, I'll be honest with you. When I was a kid, when I was a boy, the Jammy Dodger into tin. I can't think. He just stole my thoughts. I'm sorry. Jammy Dodger is very good. And you can eat the Jammy Dodger. I like to eat the Jammy Dodger around it. And then the middle bit, which is like really jammy, eat that separate last. Speaking of eating last. Jammy Dodgers don't have cream. No. Wagon wheels. Yeah, wagon wheels. Very, very large. Very, very soft. Two biscuits covered in chocolate with kind of like a marshmallow inside. Replace. Yeah, wagon wheel is like a large Jammy Dodger with... Jammy Dodger is an LGBTQ plus YouTuber. 10 out of 10 highly recommend. In which case, that person must be aware of the biscuits. There used to be smiley faces. Yes. This is true. Those still exist. You can still buy those. Okay. Lizzie Greenhood, you need to refresh. You're about half an hour in the past. Shit, there was one I was thinking of. Can't remember what it is. Jaffa Cakes! Stephanie Alexandra, you're reading my mind. My brain is naked. Jaffa Cakes, indeed. Yeah, Jaffa Cakes. Very, very nice. Unfortunately, not vegan, not even accidentally anymore. I haven't had Jaffa Cake in a little bit. Jaffa Cakes are very, very nice. I do like them. Full moon, half moon. Oh, Mike, you're in the future. Yeah, possibly. Well, most of you are in the future with me. The Jaffa Cakes are very nice. With Jaffa Cakes, because they're kind of UFO shaped, I would eat the edge of the UFO so it can't fly away. And then the middle bit, they're beautiful, kind of like an orange jam, an orange jelly with chocolate on top and a very soft cake. It's more, a Jaffa Cake is a cake, not a biscuit. In fact, there was a legal case maybe 20 or so years ago about Jaffa Cakes because if you sell essential food in the UK, there's no tax on it. But Jaffa Cakes obviously wanted to be classified as essential food and not like a luxury item, which has a sales tax. We call it VAT. Some of you guys might call it GST. And they lost because Jaffa Cakes are in fact cakes. They are a non-essential. You have to pay 20% tax on Jaffa Cakes, unfortunately. It's a very interesting legal case. One is a biscuit, not a biscuit, when it's a cake. Oh, store brand Jaffa Cakes. Oh, please check the box. See if it has milk powder in it. Pink Panther's delicious. I had some of those the other day. In fact, I ate an entire pack of Pink Panther wafers. Minus some that Nina had. And a couple that the dogs had. And I ate the rest. And then I got a message from Jen. I don't know if you're still on the stream, Jen. I got a message from Jen talking about like childhood biscuits. And also similarly at the similar kind of time, Nina would say to me, "What it's a childish biscuit, it's a childhood biscuit, right?" To which I say no. A Pink Panther wafer is not a childish biscuit. It would be fine if it was, but it is not. Party rings? Sorry, that's another type of biscuit. No, because the Pink Panther wafer biscuits, they're from my childhood. They have grown up with me. They are contemporary to me. The Pink Panther biscuits are delicious. They're so nice. Oh, so good. And there's tons of that style of biscuit as well. Like, there's just loads. There's just loads of biscuits that have that kind of theme, like wafer thing, Pink Panthers are really good. I went to a Pink Panther phase a year or two ago. I need to again. Absolutely. Gary Baldy's very good as well. It's like a biscuit with like flies. Like flies, like mosquitoes, midges, but kind of like thick flies with the fat bodies. You squish them into a pastry, bake it, and then cut them into slices. So a Garibaldi is like it's about as thin as a rich tea biscuit, but with the flies in it. I have in the kitchen, and I'm not going to eat them, but they are basically Pink Panthers, but they're durian flavored. They're actually durian biscuits. I got them for my mother. David, legal definition. When left out in the open air, cakes go hard, biscuits go soft. Oh! Interesting. Well, that's screwed over the Jaffa Cakes. Yeah, 20% more expensive. Viscount biscuits. Yeah, we did the Viscount. Well, we didn't talk about Viscounts, but that's basically sea penguin. Round penguin. I declare British cookies officially weird. I think, Anne-Marie, I know you're an autistic art and everything, but I keep thinking of you as a Brit. I read your comments in a British accent. They do not smell bad. Club biscuits. I used to love those when I was at school. I would get one before getting on the bus or when I came off the bus. The purple one was my favorite, which also has flies in it. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. Yes, Tracy, correct. Is the British spelling Canadians use? Yeah. Okay. Because I feel like my brain has to see an Americanism to kind of like file people. Sorry for pigeonholing you. For pigeonholing people as Americans. Or if you talk about British culture things, I pigeonhole you as a Brit in my brain. This is not my choice. This is just how it is. Mint, orange, then fly for me. Yeah, I would go the same as well. Unfortunately, they don't do vegan ones, but I would be all over them if they did. I do love the flies ones. They're really nice. Never see the squashed fly clubs anymore. Really? No, they're in Tesco's. I'm pretty confident they are. My non-native speaker accent, speaking English, has gotten more British in my time at uni. Exactly. Yeah, it's fine. Well, you are British. If you went to uni or did any sort of training in the UK, then you are British. Soup, New Zealand. Soup is American. Shape of soup is American. Midwest. Tell you what, drop your name and I will tell you how I have filed you in my brain. That could be our final game. Excuse me, please. I kind of forget. I don't know. Do not Google squashed fly clubs and click images. Oh, gross. Hello, Dieselot. Dieselot is sort of European. I'm terribly sorry. I also say D's a lot rather than dies a lot for some reason. Leslie, American. Dodgy archetype, British. Charlie, British. Straight British. Charlie, I mean, so much Britishness. I mean, I could even give you a regional accent if you want. Worms Way, American. Mark B, Californian. And I thought you were Canadian previously. And I'm not doxing anyone. I'm just telling you. Matthew, hello from China. Hey Matthew, whereabouts in China are you from? Ricketek, I speak the Dutch. Yes, I have you as Dutch as well. Doogie, this is really, really strange, but I have you as Dutch in my brain. Barvinci is really confusing for me because obviously you are friends with Charlie. In my head, I put you down as British and you know a lot of British anachronisms. But you're not in Britain, are you? You're in the US? I don't actually know this. So I think Barvinci, US. But I'm really fucking confused. Dragonfly, Bristolian, yes. British living in Guangzhou. Oh, nice. Cool. That's interesting. What time is it over there? You're up super early. Charlie, what's my regional accent? I put you down somewhere around Brum. Midlands. Nikki, E up duck. It was quite a lot of northerns and norns in here. Charlie, Barvinci's my twin. I'm in the UK. I don't think you are, Barvinci. So I feel like you're very aware of British culture, but that you're actually American. And my autism is not often wrong. But obviously it is wrong. Layla is a West Coast. Mark B. Hi, Snooker, Sound of Music. Southeast of England, Charlie. Oh my goodness. Far too close. Geronif, Northern Ontario. It is snowing. Oh, beautiful. Northern Ontario. So Algonquin? this is a very long time ago now, 2004. I was on holiday visiting my ex's side of the family's distant friends, but there's quite a community in Ontario. And we landed in Toronto, went to London, Ontario, Windsor, Ontario, and Algonquin National Park, which was amazing in the snow. The snow was more snow than I've ever seen in my life. I think it had all the snow on the planet in that little park. Little park. It's an ocean of a park. Ended up getting stuck with no one around. And it was becoming night and there was literally no one around. But just around the corner was a bunch of friendly Canadians. Exactly as you would expect to see them in like a South Park episode. And they came out singing and being jolly and friendly, and they helped dig the car out, and then we got going again. Well, how much snow? Like, if you stepped into it, you could die. Northwest of Algonquin. Wow, that's north. Do you have like amenities there? You must have amazing night skies. Algonquin is as far north as I could possibly been ever in my life. No, oh, sorry, my brain's going. What's the capital of Quebec? Ottawa. Been there for a day. I think that's my furthest north. I'm in Canada and I've had random strangers stop and shove in my driveway. FYI, Canadian faces do not split in half when we are talking. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't see around. I saw nothing other than we actually stayed near Algonquin. Very close, on the southern edge of it. And a beautiful kind of like lodge kind of. It had lots of like little lodges. It was a pretty area, but everything was covered in snow. Like, just snow. Everything was white. It was like an A4 sheet of paper. If you hold an A4 sheet of paper, legal paper, US, in front of your face and you light it up, or open up Notepad on a laptop, you know, and then open up the display and then just stare at it. That's what it looked like. Go sit outside staring at a bright light in your face. Just white, nothing. Featureless white. Trees and white. The I-5, that was the one. Yeah, I-5. My career may have stayed in the same place. Kind of cool. Yeah, amazing. I can remember, I hate to say it, but like mid-2000s, kind of early 2000s time, I don't have a lot of like this is kind of, it's not pre-internet, but like not at all pre-internet. Absolutely not. But it sort of in a way is. Like it's pretty old. I'm sure I've got pictures somewhere. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those weird ones. Algonquin Park is south of almost all Canadian cities. Wow. I love Canada. Canada's so cool. I'd love to visit British Columbia. It's really high on my list. I'd love to visit British Columbia. Yeah, it's on my list. I'd love to visit. Income tax. Yeah, you've just reminded me. I've got income taxes to do as well. In fact, I had a warning notification. So I really need to hurry up and do that. Tomorrow at some point I'll do it. I hate it, and I always make a mistake. Not intentionally, like there's usually mistakes. But Charlie, how'd you say grass last past? Like that. Bath. Well, occasionally I say bath, and then, or something similar. And people will point it out and laugh at me because it's like, ah. And Charlie, it's going to be hard because, brain records are kind of hard to adjust. I'll do my best to reduce the latitude in my brain. Beautiful. You should take the ferry to Alaska and not the cruise. Cruise ship cannot make it to no passengers. The Archipelago Islands. Oh, amazing. Charlotte, Mike, where is your accent from? Because I'm convinced we have the same accent. It's pretty blended because of I've traveled a lot. I was born in Germany, lived there for 10 years. Traveled around Europe with the British Army postings every sort of 6 months or so. So there's quite a few changes. Maybe a dozen houses I remember living in different either different countries or different areas of Germany. Came back to the UK, lived in Aldershot, so just sort of southwest London. Went to school, slightly posher than Aldershot. It's kind of more towards London, so it's kind of southeast accent. But then again, I've worked all over the UK, and I kind of pick up bits of accent from people. Sharma, isn't UK one of those places where accents change radically after traveling 20 minutes? It is. In fact, names for things change. A bread roll literally morphs into different names. If you go into like a fish and chip shop or a chippy, your order will be different depending on where you are in the country. It's weird. I mean, even that one does surprise me. Like, and just have medium chips, please. Or chips and peas, chips and beans. But if you dare ask for like a chip bap or something, you get a funny look. A chip sandwich, but with flora. Do you have vegan butter? No, okay, never mind. I'll just have chips, please. Sometimes I just go hungry because I don't even want to go in there. Voice glitch should be me. Do hormones change your voice particularly quickly? Is it something that changes over time, and then does it become set? And then my other question to you would be, does anyone in the chat, this is everybody worldwide, but particularly Brits, but everyone, do you ever find yourself picking up accents of people you talk to? I sometimes get accused of taking the piss about people's accents because I've started to pick up their accent quite quickly, and I'll use a term or some anachronism from them. And it's a problem. I'll give you all an example before I read the chat. So I was talking to a farmer yesterday. It wasn't my choice. They came to talk to me about something. And I found myself talking like a farmer. Oh, it's going to rain soon. Oh, yep, it's going to... I can't do it now. I can't do it because I need a farmer in order to talk like a farmer. Oh, when's it going to rain? Oh, it's going to rain soon. Oh, yes, it's going to rain. Oh, I don't know when exactly, but it's going to be raining. You know, I can't even do it properly. That was probably 20% of it. And then I find myself, what the fuck are you doing, Mike? What are you doing? I feel like Joe from You with the monologue going, don't do it. Don't do it. Just speak normally. Envisaging the farmer, chanting farmer. Yeah, exactly. I'm just... It's horrible. I can't help it. I can't help it. I pick up and talk like the people that I'm around, and it's really weird, and it's from a lifetime of chameleoning. But I do it too, and people think I'm copying them. Yeah, and I'm trying not to. The intonation, that's what yes, exactly. How fast did you pick it up, Jenny? Haley, it's very automatic. Yes, there's tons of yeses. Loads of same in here. I developed a northern twang when I lived in Manchester. Yeah, Chloe, it's really bad. It's so Nina doesn't do this. It's conscious effort not to mimic that. Yeah. Well, I spend my whole energy masking anyway and trying my best to just appear normal, quote unquote normal. sometimes I do a really good accent or a really good intonation, and I just start speaking like the people I'm talking to, and I need to. Nina picks me up on it all the time, and she'll be like, "Are you doing it? Why are you talking like that? It's weird. You're talking like you have a silver spoon in your mouth, or you're talking like, why are you speaking like that?" And I just can't fucking help it. I can help it because it's actually genuinely a problem. I mean, I don't know that it is, because it builds rapport. If you do it well enough, it can really help with rapport. Because, you know, particularly neurotypicals are very much like, oh, you're like me, therefore you must be good, you must be friendly, I can trust you. But if you fuck up, all of a sudden, that trust that you've built, it just gets flushed away like a turd. It's just gone. There's noise, there's smells, and it's gone. Just me? Problem. Big problem. I'm definitely not coping with that. Oh, definitely not, Charlie. Speaking of murder, I watched a YouTuber. I'm afraid I can't remember the name, but I could find out my history if anyone is really interested and wants me to find the exact video. But it was talking about the UK economy. I'm very sorry. I'm very boring. And this YouTuber was talking about like houses and whether or not you should rent or buy a house. Like it's an actual choice people have, FYI, but whatever. I was watching this video. It was entertaining. I was listening to it, getting a cup of tea. And he showed 3 houses or 3 flats. There were 2 apartments and 1 semi-detached house. Semi-detached house, I think, is in Birmingham, or no, it was in London. Oh, fucking hell. No, 2 of them were in London. 1 of them was in Birmingham anyway. And there's this apartment for sale in London right now, as we speak. And it's on the market for £300,000. $1 billion or something like that. And it's an apartment that like people were murdered in. And the murderer got caught because he was like flushing bits of body down the toilet or something. And it's like, that's the property market in the UK. If you want to buy a house, you have to get one where the plumbing is suspicious and it has a really horrible history. I don't know. I mean, I you know, I don't know the history of where I live. I know that the Isle of Man is a mostly peaceful place, but you know, these properties are very old. Don't go digging in the garden or anything. Yeah. It wasn't Gary's economics. It wasn't Gary's economics. But if we want to talk about Gary's economics, we possibly could. I really want to read his book, but I just don't have time to do all the things. I'm failing at everything. Gary's economics is right, of course. We need to tax the wealthy. We need to tax wealth in the UK. And the government just won't do it. And it's a shame, because the effective tax rate of wealthy people is very, very low. It's so low as to be up to and below occasionally 0%. Like the actual effective tax rate is very, very low. It's depressing. Gary's economic, yeah, he's from Essex. He speaks like people that are more east of me regionally speak. But he definitely plays up for the camera though. Nina was commenting the other day, we were watching one of his videos, and he was wearing really dirty trainers and really ugly socks. And I didn't notice, but she's like, look at his trainers. And I'm like, what about them? And she's like, they're really dirty. He's doing that on purpose. And I'm like, Yeah, the guy is a multi-millionaire and he's wearing some really dirty trainers. I'm not saying they're comfortable old shoes. He was kind of hashing it up, I think. But he is right. I don't particularly care for people's appearances as long as they're not super distracting. Weirdly, the camera angle was like under the table. It's almost like they were trying to discredit him by filming him. Like the camera was like groin height, which is really weird for a camera. It wants to be like a tiny bit above eye height looking down. Not there. That's why you can see his socks and his shoes and shit. I feel like they're doing that on purpose, yeah. But anyway. My accent is a blend of Gary and Mike. It is Southeast England again. I wish we called sneakers trainers. Well, sneakers sounds like Snickers, which is what? It's a chocolate bar. Nuts in. Tate went after Gary Stevenson. I haven't seen any Andrew Tate content in a really long time. Max and Smith's a Brumby and Country Bumpkin. Yeah, I've got you marked, Judson, in my brain. It's okay. Yeah, I would probably watch the Tate thing if he's having a go at Gary Stevenson. He might just be doing it because he's trying to say, "Oi, I'm one of the super wealthy. Look at me." Yeah, the Tate thing's a problem. I wonder how much it is a problem for people in our community, though. I think it's just a problem, full stop. Just, you know, I don't even think it's for autistic boys and men, particularly, but neurotypical ones too. I think, you know, Snickers used to be marathon, indeed. I wish Piers Morgan would stay at US politics. Same with William Shatner. Okay, I didn't know. I last kept up with William Shatner thing. I saw he went up in Blue Origin rocket and back again, and he had some really funny stuff to say. I don't know anything about William Shatner since then. Tate left the US. Was Tate in the US? I thought it was Romania. I think autistic people easily sucked into that pipeline. Needing easy answers. The confusion in the world, yeah. True. I can see how it's easy for autistic people, mostly boys, to quickly develop a toxic view of the world. More toxic than the world actually is, which is pretty damn toxic. But sort of like a fatalistic view. I can see how that's easy. You know, I can see that. The Tates were allowed to come to Florida, then within days fled back to Romania. Interesting. I wonder why. Big media out. He flew to Florida about 3 weeks ago. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. He was sent to Florida by dear leader. Okay. Amplification of trauma. Interesting way to think about it. Amplification of trauma. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that that's what the Tate sort of message and the Tate brand allow for. But I also feel that it comes along with a certain sense of entitlement. I'm entitled to obscene wealth. I am entitled to many romantic partners. I'm entitled to. I feel like it's a bit weird. I think it's difficult, and it is a cult, of course. You know, it's a flipping MLM type scheme where you sort of join and pay money, and then you know become ostracized unless you pay more money, and then you stop paying money, and then you're no longer welcome back, and all this sort of nonsense. It's pretty offensive in that respect. Let alone the message itself, which is just awful. But that, you know, if the message wasn't awful, he wouldn't have had so much success. So it's kind of gamified awfulness. Yeah. I wonder how many of his audience are autistic. I would just like to know. I just want a percentage. No reasons. I'm just interested. I wonder what that is. Eagle Rider, you doing okay, Mike? Yeah, I'm all right. How's your trip going? I think Piers Morgan entire US media career has been perceived as smart based on his UK accent. Is it true? Do I trade off a veneer of intellect based on a UK accent? We don't have this in the UK. I promise you. I promise you. We don't have a... There was a survey done based on trustfulness and the regional accents. And unfortunately, Scouse came out as one of the least trustworthy regional accents. There's a little Liverpool area in the northwest of England. And Scotland also came out as a reasonably less low trustworthy accent. I think Southeast England or London almost received pronunciation. Queen's English kind of came out sort of reasonably trustworthy. But it's not really a thing. Like, Brits don't really go, oh, that area of the country, you know, less trustworthy because of their accent. But I'm aware that a lot of Americans think that British accents are kind of refined and therefore intelligent. Is that actually a thing? And if it is, how do I use it to be better at YouTube? Can I game it? So I'm asking you. Most of my audience is American. How do I make this work? Americans think every British accent means genius. Okay, this is fucking interesting. No, villain. We find German accents kind of villains often. We think that received pronunciation in Queen's English is almost a villain. It's just true. A lot of bad guys are played by Brits speaking BBC voice of the 1960s kind of thing. Hi from Southampton. Hi, Harry. The people at my US company think my accent sounds posh. I sound like Bilbo Baggins. Yours is good, Mike. Smart but not plummy. Yeah, thank you. If I'm speaking to somebody posh, I might sound a bit more plummy. You're really doing it. Genuine question. So I guess am I lucky then? With me thick Yorkshire one. To tease and tin. Thick regional ones are treated with scorn. Okay. I haven't personally noticed accents being treated with scorn. Humour and a bit of maybe mild derision. Kind of fun. I don't know. Last time I was in Yorkshire, I asked somebody to say no a few times. I find Yorkshire no, particularly a feminine no, to be very, very funny. In the same way that a feminine Australian no is funny. So a feminine Yorkshire no is like... You ready for this? No. 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 No, I did that one wrong. It's not whiny. It's like, no. 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 And I find it funny. like really funny. But I don't mean that in a bad way. Like I love Yorkshire and stuff. There are so many different Yorkshire accents. You've got the Jimmy Savile Leeds accent. No offense to the people from Leeds. I've really said that badly, and I am obviously getting tired. I probably wouldn't have said that. No is Australian. No. No. But that's almost like the feminine version. And a Yorkshire masculine no would be no. No. I think it's fine, eh? I don't mind any accents, and I think it's great. I think variation is wonderful. What I don't like are different words for things. Bloody muffin cake, barm cake, tea cake, bread roll, bun, bap. I just can't do it, people. Just put a picture on a wall with a number next to it, and we can just use the number. Yeah. No. No, I'm doing it now. No. I mean, yes, Johnson. No. Living in Yorkshire now, I hear wonderful accents that I pick up the accent. I just haven't. I love different. Yeah, but Yorkshire is massive. Yorkshire is like is a huge. It's a huge geographic area, and it does have different accents in it. Kex, yes. The old Kex. Tighter than an Italian waiter's Kex. That's from Red Dwarf. Always choose number 3 when ordering off a menu. Doogie, you're 100% right. Mardy, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Are we ever going to see an autistic person on Love Island? An openly autistic person is what I mean. Massa, make autism sexy again. Okay. How long have I streamed for now? Sorry, everybody. 2 hours. Okay. Now, I think a tea cake, by the way, is a sweet bun, a sweet roll in Skyrim with raisins in it, and you toast it. You put it in a toaster or under a grill, and then put butter on it. That is, to me, a tea cake, but that isn't a tea cake in some parts of the country. Love Island Aero Ace edition. You could sign up with Nina's permission, Charlie. I really struggle with the whole flirting thing. I think it's weird because it's not like, I feel like the line, I don't know when someone's flirting with me, is a very overused line. We all say a lot, many of us. And for me, it's true. But I think it goes a bit further than that. Which is that I'm quite playful as a person, I think. And I inadvertently, I don't flirt with people really, honestly, not intentionally. But I think it can be perceived that way. And sometimes people have said, like, why are you being like that? I'm just having fun, I guess. I'm just living out my time on this earth and enjoying myself along the way. I'm just having fun. I'm just being me. And I think also partly the fact that I am very under-socialized as a consequence means that I haven't really learned a lot of that stuff. So. And then age now tells me I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I feel like an old Yorkshire woman with hair in her curlers. Like that. That's my spirit animal. Nora Batty. I just don't care. Gonna die. Don't care. I shouldn't say that on YouTube. Sorry. Sorry, algorithmic robot. I won't say the wrong words again. Anyone else? Can I please? I hate to tell you all this, but sometimes I use you all. Sometimes I'm manipulative and I use you all for crowdsourcing. Ev, I both find it hard to tell when someone's flirting with me and being told I'm being flirtatious or I'm not. Yeah. I am also aware, because I have female friends, I am aware of the struggles that they have and the stories that they have. I am aware of the typical cis-normative heterosexual dynamic, which even neurotypical men, oh, here you go, here's a video idea. Being an autistic male with very little understanding about the flirting stuff and the sexual dynamics in public sexual dynamics. That's how neurotypical men are with a lot of cis hetero women. They don't fucking get it. They have boundary issues. They don't, I'm not saying I have boundaries. I'm just like, they are clueless. Neurotypical people, neurotypical men, in a very similar, they have a similar energy to their, I don't understand why. She's not returning my calls. I only phoned her 20 times. You know, and sometimes red flag behavior from well-meaning men. I'm one of the good guys. I'm like a lot of that kind of energy. They don't realize why it's sometimes not received well. A lot of this stuff I've only learned in my later life. Okay, I wasn't born with this information. I've studied it. I've asked my female friends. I've seen the dick pics, people, that they receive. I have responded to some messages. It's interesting to me. I understand what it's like to feel like, oh my God, I feel like I'm a nice person. Why am I getting like the cold shoulder? Surely people don't understand me. Like, I felt like that. I felt like labeling myself like, oh, I'm a nice guy. I've never actually done the, oh, I'm a nice guy. I'm not like the others. And I'll be perfectly honest, it has been quite nice to have had people online throw shit at me and go, you don't get it, and actually have women step in and go, yeah, he does get it. I remember one online conversation I had, and it was like people saying men need to step in and address the toxic masculinity when it happens, and they need to say something, they need to speak up. And I'm like, yeah, I do, but not many of us always do. And I wonder why, you know, and people jumped on me and like, no, you don't, you're a man. You will never stand up. You will never speak to men about this, that, and the other. And, you know, by the time I even read the comments, when I got back to it, it was like, yeah, he would. Which is kind of nice. But then again, like, I don't know that I necessarily would had my life situation been different. If I were making a living working in, the, say, for example, the construction industry, and I really needed the work, you know, like I needed to not be sacked that day, probably just go along with it. I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to think that in Nazi Germany, I'd be there fighting the Nazis with all. I'd probably be subversive. I don't know. But do you know what I mean? We all like to think we're the good guys, but we're not the best judge of our character. But the flirting thing, anyway. I hope you guys can relate to this. I don't get the flirting thing, but I have been accused of being flirty with people, and I still don't genuinely understand what that means. I'm not like touching people and shit. But I am.
Eagle Rider super
I need to
chatted
time the
$5.
super chat
I don't
thing.
know any woman who has not gotten creepy come-ons, deep
That one.
and even
Yes.
guys telling us about their fantasies about us.
Yes.
Some days I want to hide.
What Eagle Rider said, and thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. I wasn't complaining. I just had a thought in my brain that's now gone, but it was along those lines, so we can continue from that. I don't know any woman who has not gotten creepy come-ons, D-pics, and guys telling us about us. Yes, that. By the way, I've never done any of those things, but I'm not saying like that's. It is pretty common. I I have had some giggles when one of my female friends has shown me. I'm very grateful for them, actually. They've been, not the dick pics, but just being able to get that perspective is so important. And I think we do need to talk about it a bit more. I think guys need to hear about it a bit more. I think younger Mike, who wasn't a danger to society at all, but, you know, did need to know a bit more about this, because it's absolutely the case. But I do tend to be quite playful. Atypical. No. But that can be misinterpreted as flirting. I'm not doing like blue steel at people and shit. I'm not like super fashionable or anything, and like really strong cologne, and I'm like walking along like in clubs ordering like gin and tonics and, I don't know, pursing my lips at people or whatever it is. That's not happening. But you know, I have some stories, but I'm going to save them. YouTuber Sarah Layla has some bad stories about Andy's misinterpreting or communicating as flirting. Yeah, well, I'm trying to say that I know a lot of women as a defense mechanism will stop being playful, will stop being friendly, will stop smiling at people, will stop this is something that generally our cisnormative heteronormative culture is not an issue for guys. Is that a privilege? I don't know, but that's how it is. It's not an issue for guys typically. But the flip side to that is sometimes I'm the opposite. I'm acting like maybe the woman prior to any sort of social training and self-protection. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to explain. I don't know. Maybe a man who is predominantly I'm hiding. Predominantly I'm a ninja. But sometimes I'm just having fun. I'm just enjoying myself, and you know, and people like that. People kind of get drawn to that a little bit in real life. And sometimes people get the wrong idea. It's a bit weird. I wish people were a bit clearer with each other. I wish there was a thing, a societal message. Went through a dark man-hating period in my youth. Sometimes I still feel that like hubby, Mike here, and others reminded me to see the good. Oh, that's kind. And your hubby sounds lovely. And I think that's an understandable reaction to how the Andrew Tate crowd do the hating of women, right? And it comes from this weird sort of entitlement. And I'm not sure yet, and I'm still trying to not trying to make up my mind. My mind is never really fixed. I mean, I am pretty fixed on a bunch of things. I could do the table with the tablecloth and change my mind and say Autism Speaks is entirely corrupt. Change my mind. I can actually stick a flag in the sand and say, right, that is pretty clear. And I'm quite androgynous. Is it an autistic trait? I think it is, Phoenix. I'm not saying it's an autistic trait and that is an autistic trait, but gender non-conforming, and I'm not an expert in any of this, by the way. My exposure to trans communities, although it was a queer lady that suggested I might be autistic that started this whole thing. But my general exposure to trans communities, queer communities, that sort of thing, has come about through my YouTube channel. I mentioned something trans. I forget what I mentioned on the premiere of, so kind of like a pseudo live stream on Sunday, and literally most of the comments in reply were "I'm trans," and that's really unusual. Vis-a-vis a YouTuber, a live stream on the YouTube platform, what proportion of people would openly happy to say that they're trans on those streams and those comment sections? I think it's not that many. And I don't think it's me. I think the main variable here is that the autistic community, Amber Hawk in our lovely community, came up with this great line. She wrote it on a Substack and said that autism sort of permeates every culture, every community. Every community has autistic people in it, pretty much. Some more, some less. The combined autistic experience is the experience of humanity. Really interesting. I mean, you were low-key transition goals in a weird way. What do you mean? Oh shit. Okay, I think I understand. As in like me. Well, I'm kind of like, I'm not happy about stuff with my body, and I want to fix, I want to make things better, and I want to do, and like, okay, this is my approach. And take me for what it's worth, which is that I know very little about trans communities and things, and I'm learning, and feel free to tell me your experiences, because I'm not only super fascinated, not only when my psychologist said, essentially in the goodbyes, do you have any last questions? That kind of thing. And I'm like, yes, tell me about the intersection between the trans community and the autistic community. That was my final question. And then she said, that's a really good question. Didn't ask me why I asked it. I asked it because, has anyone else noticed there's a lot of trans people? Like, there's a lot of trans. Like, has anyone picked up on this? Just me? And it's not like a, it's not a hashtag where they were from type of thing, but it's just how it is. And I quote unquote want to know, quote unquote need to know, etc. Whatever. I don't know, whatever. I'm not fixated, but it's like, what's the link? If we assume that society is as a Disney film projects it, which is there is a dashing, handsome young prince with flowing hair, always good hair. My hair is terrible, and then like their hair is always amazing, and their eyes look great, and they're just well structured. Well, I say well structured. They're inhumanly structured. And then there's some. It's slightly uncomfortable here in quite a lot of Disney stories. There are some occasionally prepubescent female stars in them, which is concerning, but moving on. And then they sort of get together and it's all wonderful and the music is amazing and so on. And then that's kind of like how it is, or how it's assumed to be. And then autistic people go, yeah, nah. I think a big part of it is knowing you're autistic can make it a lot easier to explore yourself honestly. Unnamed bird guy. Yeah, maybe. Almost like you had nice hair. That's so actually, oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, it's always great. Yeah, it's I've got this thing called like a double crown. So basically, you know how your hair parts, but it's kind of wild, and then like it doesn't have a direction it sits in. It just sticks up. Hard to work with. There are a lot of trans people on YouTube. Someone found out they were ADHD. Yeah. Wonder if it's that way around or the other way around. I don't know. Is it so clear for me? Very and B. I love everyone so much, but at a distance. Yeah. Maybe. I'm reading the FTM. I'm fairly gender non-conforming sometimes. Could look quite androgynous. Huge overlap with being autistic and survivors of SA. So coincident aero race party. What's an aero race party? Someone once asked us to raise our hands if we were autistic, and all except one boy did. Interesting. I think autistic people are like more likely to be ostracized anyway, and we're like, may as well come out of the closet too. I wouldn't have admitted being pan otherwise. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Thank you all for humoring my brainworm. Less bound by social norms, more open to realizing. That's where I'm currently at. No idea. And the kink community as well, my experience. Is that why Ev, did you see Jubilee with H. Leal? And they tried to figure out, they had like there were 4 autistic people and then like a bunch of people in like a queue. And then it was like the game was try and figure out if they're autistic or not, and you could sort of have a conversation. And Paige asked, how kinky are you? And that was kind of one of her metrics for kind of sort of an informal. It's very fun. It's not a real thing, but is it a real thing? Where did you get that from? Sorry, I meant those compliments sound weird. You, Charlie, yeah. The thought that anyone would ever consider me someone to look up to in any way is very novel to me. I was super when I was younger. I think that I was masking. Found myself in bad situations trying to be what my mom said. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that's a fairly common, uncomfortable experience, if that makes sense. I'm queer, non-binary, trans, and polyamorous. Understanding. There's a lot of poly people. Wow. Okay. My understanding is that gender non-conformity is a pretty common ND trait. It is. Many of non-conforming people I know in SF are potentially ND. San Francisco is like the hub, is it not? Such an expensive place to live. I would love to visit San Francisco. I'm not keen on hills, though. I'm reading back in the chat if anyone's confused. I need to see. Yeah. I really hate this macho bullshit some men buy into and thinks how men should be. Yeah. It's a thing. The flirting thing gets me in trouble all the time. I was trying to make it fit and make friends. I know. I think there's a lot of thirsty people out there. Mike, I respect you. I've been in a train wreck my whole life. I can't believe you guys think I'm special talented. Well, you are. It's a mutual respect. Whereas I was ADHD, not ADHD in my late 30s therapy, then I started the process of trying to figure out who I am. What's underneath my mask layers? Yeah, I feel that. That's definitely me. There's only trans people that aren't autistic, but 90% of my friends are autistic. Yes. I don't know any trans people that aren't. Sorry. It's like my logical brain layer has to process. I prefer to read like, I'm not trying to say positive, negative in terms of emotion. I mean like active language. Like I'm not. And then another one's like Shoika. I'm not wholly comfortable with the idea that I'm tolerated and unliked. Yes. I don't know any trans people that aren't autistic. Okay. To be fair, my perspective has got a lot of survivorship bias here. Layers of it. Which is that the majority of trans people that I will interact with online going to be autistic, right? Pretty much. Like, or neurodivergent. Like, because of my YouTube channel. But I dare say, in other walks of life, I mean, I'm the same person, notwithstanding layers of masking and or accent copying. The same guy, and you know, no one's ever said to me, hey, I think I'm trans. Like, that's not a thing. Ace is asexual. I was hardcore gender dysphoric for years. I've learned to love my gender more, but honestly, I don't fully feel female. Okay. Good point, Mike. And for a lot of autistic folks in general, we tend to connect with other autistic people and some of them are trans. Yes. What I'm trying to say, Soup, is I tend to connect with other autistic people and some of them are trans. Yeah, yeah, sorry, I'm not. Same thing. Same. Relate. I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't understand where I'm coming from. This is a hard sentence and it's a bit loaded, but surely none of them should be trans. So you go through life 40 years, no trans, no trans, no trans, no trans, no trans, no trans, no trans. Fuck, I'm autistic. Okay, trans. Whoa. Hey, where have you guys been? Not just trans, you know, gender non-conforming, even ace people, even pansexual, whatever. The flag thing I find very confusing. There's so many symbols. Holy shit. I loved flags when I was a kid. And I've just gone and added all of this DLC. But like, sorry everyone. But the, but yeah, I would say the predominant person is non. I don't have a word for it. We were always there, I just didn't say so. B, yeah, I wonder. Yeah. I'm not trans, but much more comfortable. We're not doing gender roles and something autistic. Yeah. Okay. I've never been super judgmental. Some of you know I was, in my teens, quite heavily involved in a evangelical cult. It was pretty bad. My ex-wife met me in that aforementioned cult. And when we left, over 10 years later, one of the things that she struggled with throughout, despite being cis, hetero, was the aversion towards gay people. For example, there would often be walks, you know, kind of like almost like a sort of like a silent counter protest to pride marches and things, which were a bit becoming a thing in the 90s. And she found those incredibly, she wouldn't participate. And she objected to those, as did I, but I found it interesting. I had never seen somebody object to those. She sold all of us shit. She sold her car, became a missionary, went to Chinese orphanages and shit. I'm not criticizing. I'm not trying to be political or religious in any way on my channel. But I think there's an important distinction, which is that in that culture, I don't think it would have been safe to have not been cis hetero. For whatever reason, that particular culture was obsessed with it. Like, most of my conversations don't involve talking about sex or sexuality or whatever. But back then, it was quite a lot of like, I know what you did last weekend kind of nonsense. And it's quite difficult. I'm being careful what I'm saying. I'm also incredibly low on energy. So this is a conversation. I've got a fuck ton of stories from it. I don't want anyone to feel like they're not wanted here because you maybe are in an evangelical church. You are welcome. What I'm trying to say is I was in an evangelical cult. I'll tell you how being quote unquote different from a neurological perspective was a thing. We all went to visit the Pensacola Revival. This is in the 90s. There were these big American... It was a big culture shock, I can tell you. Big American revival thing. We're talking like, I have never in my life seen so many... please don't take this as a value judgment, but it was like white middle class, white Americans, young, kind of pretty, healthy looking. Everyone was dressed the same and they were standing outside the church in a big long line, like a corridor. And when you went in, they were clapping at you. That I found really difficult because the noise, the icon, like it was literally like the anti-autism filter. But I got a slap. I remember somebody hit me because the reason we were there is because people were getting out of wheelchairs, right? This is what we were told. People were being healed and they had to get out of wheelchairs and things. And they had this big collection of wheelchairs. They had a big mound of wheelchairs in there. And I asked a question because we all had we were given microphones, like speak human. And I did, and I asked why weren't the amputees healed? And somebody hit me on the back of the head quite hard. I don't know if it was my father, he was there. It could have been one of the pastors or something. But it's just difficult sometimes to try to fit in, particularly as an autistic person, and then to say the wrong thing at the wrong time in the wrong place. And in another lifetime, I would like to think that I would have stood up for people who are being persecuted if I were in, say, for example, 1930s Germany. But realistically, I would have just said the wrong thing and gotten shot. That is probably my outcome. Because it's really difficult to kind of do the blending in thing. So the point of my conversation is, if I were trans, if I felt that additional pressure, I don't know how I would have coped with any of that. Because I don't know that I would have necessarily hidden it that well. So these are conversations for another day. There's quite a lot of potential trauma in here, and I know I'm saying things that some people will relate to, and it might awaken things that will upset you and this sort of thing. That's not my intention. My live streams are usually pretty mild. But yeah, this is all true. I mean, I'm sharing a valueless, not valueless. I'm sharing. I feel like the stream should have value, but I'm not making a value judgment. I can say I don't think I would have managed as a trans person, and I just have a huge amount of empathy. But there are a lot online, particularly in autistic, where autistic people communicate. There are a lot of trans people. I'm sorry, Gwen. You might have to rewind. Take care, Wendy. It's a really long stream. I have to rewind. But it's an interesting one. And I'm not trans or whatever. Or whatever. I don't. My view, with the utmost respect and the utmost empathy, is I don't care. Like, not that I don't care. I'm not autistic. I'm just like, I don't know why people care so much. And I'm finding some interesting similarities between how, what is the term? LGBTQ plus, gender non-conforming, trans, you know, how there's been a huge culture war about mostly trans people, to be fair. And that's culture war seems to be bleeding into autism now for some weird reason. And I have no idea why. It definitely didn't ask for it. It's definitely not it's definitely not like, okay, I started a YouTube channel because I had a few things to share, and it's like, okay. You folks are arguing about this? Dodgy, exactly. Just be. Just be. But I prefer SF is something I'm not supposed to. Indeed. I'm I appreciate hearing your perspective. I also understand mine as well. I appreciate hearing yours also. Welcome. I appreciate hearing the perspective of many folks. And obviously, when I say I'm curious, I don't mean I'm like, you know, gender curious or whatever. I just think I don't care. I don't know. Most of my cat clothes are advertised and labeled as for women. You know? Like, a lot of you have seen me wear different cat shirts, different cat things. And, you know, a lot of the care labels and things is given like in women's dress sizes. Pretty much all of my cat hoodies are given in women's dress sizes. I've got everything from size 12 to size 16. I don't know if any of you knew that. Does it matter? You're going to unsubscribe now? The majority of it Nina bought for me. A couple of them I cannot wear and I've given back to her, and I'm like, yeah, that's for you. Because they're cut for sort of women. So they're cut for like breasts and they've got shorter arms. Like it's almost like a feminine cut, and it's like, yeah, this feels like I'm wearing it back to front or something. Does it matter? Nobody's asked me. I don't even think anyone's assumed, but like, why is it crazy cat lady and not crazy cat man? I guess, right? Weird. It's not something I've ever actually thought about until just now, to be perfectly honest with you, but I'm only using it as an example. Doesn't matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Totally doesn't matter. Cat clothes are awesome. Doesn't matter where they came from. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, totally. I've got some new cat ears actually, and I'm sorry, everyone. There's none left. Oh, I just wanted to show you my cat ear packaging. It's just covered in photos of young girls, which I appreciate is possibly the target market. I know it's made in China, but there was some like really funny stock imagery of like young girls all over it. That sort of struck me as being a bit odd. But yeah, I mean, it's target market, right? It's marketing. It's the very first time somebody suggested that I'd be a cool trans person. It's not something I've ever considered. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude or dismissive to trans people. I don't see trans folks as cool or otherwise. Pink was, yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. Pink was totally a boy's color. Throughout the Victorian period, pink clothes, literally pink bows, the whole shit, the whole lot. And blue for girls, and it switched. But yeah, totally, right? Totally. Little boys were dressed in pink bonnets and pink bows. Shit, you're not. Want to wear cat ears, a hairnet, and have a pipe. That's a bit of a mix. Why the hairnet? Like, of the three things, that's the one that makes me go, I don't understand the hairnet. Smoking's bad for you, okay? But I just... Thanks to Russia. Yeah, Russia's got some interesting views. They're very much politicized as well. Rose was a traditional aftershave scent as well. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Totally weird, isn't it? I think totally, totally bonkers. I just like, well, first of all, I don't give a shit, but like second of all, isn't that weird? Your women's clothes began making without pockets as a response to the suffragette movement. I did not. But the whole women's clothes and pockets thing is fucking hilarious. Sorry, it shouldn't be. I'm sorry. I apologize, everybody. I find it hilarious. So for example, like if Nina's gotten some like trousers or whatever and it doesn't have pocket, like it's got like, it appears to have pockets, but it doesn't have pockets. It's like, where do you store your shit? Oh, in a handbag. Okay. What? No. Nina has a backpack for all of her shit. Everyone should just have a backpack. Okay, but for those that those of you who don't know, my autism diagnosis in 2 months. Love your channel. Great information. Welcome. Welcome, Flash. I hope it is a quick and painless process for you. The other thing to let you know, by the way, it's not just female clothing. Male clothing as well. Hang on. So if you get a suit jacket, a guy's suit jacket, all the pockets are stitched together. Did you know this? Some of you may not know it. Some of you may not be aware. But like a guy's jacket, all the pockets are sewn tight. Pretty much. Maybe not all of them, but definitely the chest pockets. They're all sewed tight. And you can unpick the stitching. But it's just that when they're so tight, they kind of look more seamless. They kind of look more ironed, I guess, more pressed. Once you've unpicked the stitching, because you can just like pull them open. Man force, rip. Pull open the zip. Not the zip, the stitching. Then you can use them as pockets, put your phone in, put your wallet in, whatever. But then it starts to look a bit bulky. Let's still keep them flat. You have to go for moment gently. Yeah. And I just rip all those buggers open. But I do have one jacket where I haven't ripped them all open. And it does genuinely look a bit better. it looks like it's like 10 years old, but it does look new. Because I haven't just gone in there and just ripped open all of the pockets. Because I need the pockets. I have shit to put in there. I don't wear enough formal clothes to know this. Okay, well, quite a few of you knew. I always unstitch the pockets. Yeah, I don't have time for that. Just rip them open. Stitch pockets make it look better in the store. Could be. But it also works just full stop. They do genuinely look sort of neat and pressed and formal. Full stop. Men's clothes are more restricted for color. Like I can't find anything kind of like orange, right? Or yellow or whatever. This color, right? It's tough to find. You can find shirts sometimes with color in. It's really tough. I got myself a white shirt last week. Same time as I got this. And inside the white shirt, it's got some beautiful coloring. It is blue, obviously, because it's man's stuff, you know. But it's all it is nice. It's like nicely patterned. It's almost like one of these type of things. It's got, you know, it's got nice detailed sort of stitch work. But it's on the inside. No one will ever see it, except for maybe a bit of the collar, you know. It's a bit of a shame. I would put that design on the outside. Leisure suit Larry had these colours. Well, indeed. I remember that game. I sew my own pockets for my female clothes. I'm not carrying around a bag. Oh, wow. Okay. That is a flex. I sew badly. Well, I have glued fabric together. Fabric glue is amazing. Anyone got a jumper top that hasn't got 2 little holes in the back? Yeah? Are there 2 little holes in the back of like jumpers? Are there really? Most of my jumpers are full of holes, mind, like by design. Um, 111 divided by 4 of people with Tourette's are diagnosed autistic. What does that mean, Igor? You expecting me to do maths? Oh, sorry, a quarter. Okay, my apologies. I could have figured that out if I thought a bit harder. Yeah, over quarter. That would make sense. There's an awful lot of yeah, my keyboard's a mess right now. Hydra is, it's kind of springtime here and there's mud, but there's also kind of like brambles, and Hydra is sitting in bramble bushes and then sitting on my keyboard to dry herself off. And it's just full of brambles and sticks and dust and yeah. But there's a lot of co-occurring conditions with autism. Totally. Loads. Well, I mean loads, I mean like quite a few. And that's interesting, actually. That's something that could be researched. There's a dress where you could put a heavy water bottle in your pocket. Well, that sounds cool. I've got like nice coats with like, there are Tourette's as well, Mike. So Tourette's has also got the extra interesting. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Back zipped dresses are terrible. But they're fantastic wetsuits though. No kidding. You zip yourself up. It's great. I'm not keen about like zips across the shoulders. Those are not very nice. Are autistics more likely to use all the pockets in cargo pants? I have had to ban myself from wearing cargo pants because, and by cargo pants we mean cargo shorts, right? Or cargo trousers. Yeah, I carry cargo in cargo trousers. I have been known to carry cargo to the point where I can't even bend my knees. Yeah. I carry cargo in cargo trousers. Yeah. My shopping, my lunch, everything a man might need. Carry it on my legs, you know? Oh, I used to wear, I went through a period of wearing them a lot, like a decade. I'm like, that was the time between jeans. So these jeans, right? I hated jeans. As a teenager, I did not wear jeans. As a 20-something, I didn't wear jeans. I did briefly. Only because I got some like Levi's from the US and I thought they were really cool. But these jeans, I don't know how many washes they will survive. But they are very comfortable. Yeah, they feel like jeans, but I think they're not actually jeans. I think they're designed with planned obsolescence in mind. They're very, very stretchy. They're very, very comfy. Snail Kitty. You have to like pockets. One advantage using a walker, you won't believe how much I can pack into that thing. It's quite interesting when Mum was active with her wheelchair. Especially when she had an electric one. It's quite good because you can kind of like, hey Mum, do you mind if I hang my bag on the back? You can load those things up. Anyway, Levi's straight leg. Yeah, these are all straight legs. They're not Levi's though. They're from a shop called Next. Other brands are available. But I find Next quite good. I'm interested to see that, Eagle Rider. Thank you. We should probably, it probably already exists, but there should also be autism ones because obviously the hyperconnectivity, that's pretty common. Don't feel bad, by the way, if I or any other creator or anyone anywhere mentions stuff vis-a-vis autism. And you go, oh, that's not me. I'm stiff as a brick. It's not essential. In fact, hyperconnectivity was never even discussed in my diagnostic stuff. Like, it wasn't even a thing. I'm very, very hyperconnective. It's a problem. Not very, very. I'll take that back. The elbow thing, I don't have, thank goodness. That's pretty nasty. But my fingers are hypermobile. And my toes. And I'm glad I've got large hands because I feel that that's given me some protection. Because I can bend my fingers and there's no pain. But then when the pain kicks in, it's like medieval torture, 10 out of 10. I'm going to scream. So yeah, it's not an easy demo. I have done it on live streams. I have bent my fingers on live. Don't do it very often because like at some point it just looks freaky, and then but eventually there is like insane pain and agony. There's no, it's like a binary switch. Interesting that it's correlated with autism. Epilepsy correlated with autism too. Gastrointestinal issues correlated with autism, including things like IBS. Kind of glad the cancer issues he was just getting, don't he still screaming pain. My jaw can dislocate. I had a dislocated jaw on a dive, and that was really, really uncomfortable. I was in pain for days afterwards. Weeks actually it took until eventually it settled down. My jaw cracks a lot. Yeah, TMJ. Oh, carpenter jeans, yeah. Yeah, dungarees, we would call them. And yeah, they have kind of gone out of fashion, and I don't know why. I mean, it's quite practical. I need to branch out into colours. Yes. Well, Charlie, this is the thing. Male fashion is like earth colours, right? I don't know why. I'm sure other cultures have got a bit more colour in them. Traditional male. I'm being assessed for EDS too. Good. There is an EDS at home simple indicator test you can do. It does involve bending and stretching and flexing and twisting joints. You can do it in the comfort of your own home. Google it. This is not medical advice. Well, it is kind of, but not medical advice. You know what I mean? It's a point score thing, and you do it with both sides of your body. It doesn't take very long. I'm on the threshold. of the number value. I haven't been assessed. I'm not diagnosed with EDS or anything like that. But I am pretty mobile, pretty hypermobile. I no longer can sit on the floor in weird shapes. Like I used to, all my childhood, I wouldn't sit and cross my legs. I hated that in primary school, the whole sit and cross your legs thing. So that's not comfortable for me. What was comfortable for me was sitting on the floor with my feet and legs in an M shape. So I'd sit on the floor almost like a frog, but flat. Charlie, I had my black period. Look, I'm a man, but if any of you have a black period, you probably want to get medical help for that. I still sit cross-legged comfortably. Yeah, I can sit cross-legged now, but it's not my comfortable position. I much prefer the M, but I can't do the M anymore. I think I heard that the IBS comorbidity connection is to do with stress and anxiety. It often comes. Yeah, there are actual studies that have concluded thus. I have mentioned them and linked them in descriptions of previous videos. Yeah, which is like literally just like running at a higher level of stress, a higher level of anxiety, faster heart rate, all that sort of stuff. Quite often that can be the issue. Yeah, doing those home tests is exactly what led me to being scheduled for assessment. Awesome. There is new evidence out that shows that people scoring much higher on those tests, the AQs, the RADS-R, and that sort of thing, PAQ, that if you score abnormally high numbers on those, that goes to it's a function of anxiety as opposed to autism. Doesn't mean it's not autism or whatever. It doesn't indicate whatever. But it's a function of social anxiety. It does. It's just interesting, right? You can also dye your own clothes. We've got Dylon. We only have the black Dylon. I've got like black socks, black tops, t-shirts and things, and so does Nina. And occasionally we do a black wash and make our black stuff blacker. Again, it can make like black t-shirts, just like brand new black t-shirts. Again, it's amazing. You can still bend over straight legs and put full palm on the floor. I used to be able to do that. I've got a scoliosis. Sadly, my spine is a bit bent. So I can't do that exact movement. I was myself in the unconventional ways, but it's definitely not hypermobile. The unconventional ways thing is pretty common now. But have you guys seen like ADHD chairs? Like you can get this chair, which looks just like a typical chair with roller wheels, but it's got an accompanying footstool also with roller wheels, so you can kind of sit on it in a million different ways. Looks interesting. Looks kind of large and clunky and difficult to clean around and not very Roomba friendly. Chronic fatigue, yeah, I mean, fatigue and tiredness are interesting things. I'm a pretty high energy person. But yeah, I mean, right now I'm absolutely buggered. I've got meetings, I've been working all day. Except for when I went to sleep. I recorded for an hour. So there's a video there, which is I'll stick on Patreon in a bit. I did another sort of half hour or so of the ABA thing. Still managed to fit a walk in with a random kitty, which is nice. I'm looking forward to life being a bit more ordered, and I feel like I'm being intentional about it. And I know things are a bit shit for a little while, but it's okay. It'll be okay. Go to bed if you want, if you're doing this for hours. Yeah, I will. Anyone else have inability to burp? No. Yeah, Eagle Rider, you get me on. I'll hop on with you, and we can talk about photography. There's beliefs that you're too young to be disabled. Yeah, try to mask more. I can give you. Okay, yeah. I mean, some folks wheelchair users intermittently and need them for mobility when they're out and about, but not always. Doesn't mean that they don't need them necessarily. The other thing is, from my life experience, I do get told, people do sort of infer that I am not disabled because autism is a superpower. Hashtag for me. And has given me a good career out of it. And now I'm doing YouTube talking about it. Therefore, autism is not a problem for me. It's an advantage. It's an opportunity. I hear that too. I actually don't mind these conversations now because I feel quite well equipped to have conversations with people and to gently kind of guide them to the next thing to think about. I have trained in this for a couple of years now, right? So I'm getting quite good at it. And I start to explain to them, I've learnt a lot about the side stuff. Hell, I can even talk to people about like trans things as well now. I mean, when people perhaps grumble about some trans thing or something they've read, some headline or whatever, I can kind of like guide them a tiny bit into thinking a bit deeper about it. It's really interesting. It's a double-edged sword. Yeah, definitely is, dude. Yeah, definitely is. I think from a STEM perspective, it can be really good. But then also with the arts too. Depends how specialized you can be and how much support you can get around you, I think. I worked briefly at BAE. And there was a guy there who, I shit you not, wore a bow tie, colourful bow tie, white shirt. Don't remember the trousers or the shoes. But I had a feeling at the time that he didn't dress himself. I just had a feeling that, I don't know, like somebody helped him dress. The guy was a savant, mathematician. And he was working on the team I was working on. And that was fantastic because my mathematics, not the best. And he was brilliant. Not particularly communicative. I can't remember his name. And I am pretty confident. I don't have evidence. I'm sorry. I just have hunch and spending time around somebody. And I just got the feeling that he did not dress himself. I think that's probably a safe guess. And then it makes me think, sure, but he got to specialize. He was evidently well paid. He was working in, defense industry. Okay. But he, I don't know. Simple tasks he couldn't do. There's a lot he couldn't do. But he was bright. And it was interesting. Really interesting to see. Not like Sheldon Cooper at all, FYI. Not like Rain Man, count these matchsticks. Just incredibly knowledgeable. Incredibly odd. Incredibly eccentric. To the point of, I don't know that you dressed yourself. Really hard to explain. Charlie, just remembered I forgot to eat today. I haven't eaten either. I did eat earlier. When I say earlier, I mean like 10 hours ago. So I will go and get a sandwich also very shortly. Very shortly. You've sandwiched me. I was expecting Hi Snooker to sandwich me, but no, it was Charlie today. Make your sandwich. In fact, anyone who hasn't eaten should go and make a sandwich, or cereal is always very good to have in the house. The other thing that's quite good for me is I tend to keep like Huel bars. They're 200 calorie. They're complete nutrition. You wouldn't want to live off them. They're not appetizing, but they are complete. All the amino acids, all of the omega, all of the. It's just nutrition. It's optimized for nutrition, not flavor. But I've got some chocolate ones, and I will just reach into and grab one of those from my bag if I am desperate. Pizza, Michael, please share it. As long as it's got vegan cheese on it. Good morning, Padlo. Hello, Mika. Nice to see you. I'm really sorry I haven't actually read the chat for a while. Let me read it. My parents are convinced that kids could not feel pain or sadness. What, kids? All of them? Really? I'm sorry. They must have had evidence that that is not true. Did they mean their kids, as in you and siblings? Or did they mean just children are unable to feel pain? That is quite a logical jump. I have heard wilder things than that. Not invalidating you. I'm just saying, like, humans believe things. I'm sorry. Reserve the community room at local library to start a neurodiversity self-advocacy group with the goal of ASAN affiliation. Started posting today. Oh shit. You're well underway. Lizzie, congratulations. Good luck. Sheldon's the quintessential autistic, is he not? Yeah. Take care, Nikki. Worms way. What is a loaded duck? It's slightly heavier than an unloaded duck. So the assumption that random pizza might have vegan cheese. No, it wasn't an assumption that way. It was the other way. It was, I wish the pizza had vegan cheese, or there's no good piece of cheese. I have had vegan pizzas with vegan cheese that were quite good. And you know it's not mozzarella, but it's been reasonably good. Technology needs to improve in this area. I feel like it will. We'll possibly have lab cheese or something at some point. You do the same thing. Vegan cheese, like mozzarella, is not mozzarella. It won't do the mozzarella thing. Hi, Chinooka. Autistic AF. In not so far ago times, babies were operated on without anesthetics because doctors thought they wouldn't feel it. That's fucked up. Oh, I'm gonna... Oh, it's gonna make me vomit. Lizzie, wondering if you're going to record the process of your project of starting up a group. If you have any spare energy to do so, and the fact you're thinking about it tells me you might, I would say yes. And record in any way that you can, whether it's like Captain's log into a video, you know, on your phone. Just Captain's log, blah, blah, blah. Today I put posters up. Or an Excel spreadsheet where you write one sentence per day and capture that story. Capturing this information is so important because it will give you something to draw on later if you need it. It's something I wish I'd done. I feel like I've lost so much of my life because the memories have just gone. Like I've just lost the stories. If you said to me, tell me something cool from when you were 37, I'd be like, oh shit. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It'd be really good to just have those stories. There's a famous story writer. His name's Matthew. something or other. He's like the equivalent of an American poet laureate. He's won all these awards and things for stories. And his recommendation is to write down 1 sentence a day into an Excel spreadsheet about stories. It's not something I do. I've got a book. It's in my bag. It's a big A4 kind of desk diary type thing. And I've got some pens and I just write stuff. I draw stuff. And it gives me something to look back on. So if I'm ever confused as to what the hell I did last week, I can actually look and go, oh, all of that stuff. These are what I did. Okay, this is contemporary and I can remember stuff. Oh, my Mike, you would be interesting to have a 100% platonic sleepover with. We need to arrange a meetup. A platonic meetup. Yeah. A world tour. I'll just think about which country. There are quite a lot of Brits on my channel. So we could pick somewhere like Birmingham. Maybe not Birmingham because currently it's full of rubbish. It's full of garbage. Literally, it's literally full of refuse right now. Strike action, blah, blah, blah. So maybe not Birmingham. We'll pick somewhere nice in the middle of the country or something. Somewhere people can get to on a train easily. You know, because trains. We should do that. I'll bring Masserschnitzen. Mannerschnitten. They are vegan. What's Mannerschnitten? Sorry. Special interest activated. Mannerschnitten. Oh. I've got problems with my computer. Mannerschnitten. Yes, bring your Pink Panther Mannerschnittens. Neapolitan Mannerschnittens. Oh, I like my sorry about the sudden campness. I was getting very excited about the Neapolitan Mannerschnittens. Mannerschnittens. We also have in our local Tesco's Ritter Sport marzipan chocolate blocks. I need to go get some. I haven't had some in ages, but I know they're there. Yeah, sleepover. Yeah, indeed. Autism sleepover. Mike, will your ABA video include a scene of you Mission Impossibling away into ADHD HQ dressed in all black, or will you use a grappling hook? Oh, he said, and will you use a grappling hook? Oh, I thought what you were trying to say is, how will you be doing it? Unfortunately, it's based in the US, and I haven't been to the US in a very, very long time. I'm sure the opportunity to do that will arrive. I did email them, and I got nowhere. Kaylin, I've contacted Kaylin. No, it's not Kaylin, is it? It's like it is Kaylin and then Partlow rather than Parlow. I keep calling Kaylin Partlow. Forgive me. I'd love to speak to her. At this point, even off the record, but I'd love to actually do an on the record thing because she works for ABA Centre, the Hope Centre. I love to have a conversation. I just want to have a balanced conversation. It's being really difficult. I'm like, hey guys, come on, defend yourselves, please. Help me out. Help me be balanced, because otherwise it's going to be not very balanced. But it's very difficult, and no one wants to do it. No one wants to do it, so I'm going to become one of you. I'm going to go to your academy. I'm going to train as one of you. Just to make a video that has some balance in it. I'm fucking nuts. For those of you that don't know me that well, I have a feline studies diploma. A distinction, no less. I have a lot of weird qualifications. This will be the weirdest one. If I get a supervisor, which will allow me to book my exam on a computer at a Pearson VUE examination center. It's an electronic exam, no practical required. And I'm enjoying the psychology kind of like study because I do want to do a psychology master's at some point. So it's kind of like quite interesting to talk about operant conditioning and all that sort of stuff. quite fun. Feels like it's a bit of a primer, but I feel uncomfortable about it. So I'm reading your thing now. I do need to make a sandwich in a minute. Daniel Marie, I'm not ignoring you, by the way. I got your message on Patreon earlier. I will reply to you. Just letting you know that I've read it. Mostly. My life right now is just a spin. This is why I want to get the ABA project done and gone, because it's just like I just want to offload things. Shovel. In fact, I am literally offloading things. I am moving my work so that I can do more of this. Fancy that. Would you like a bit more AF? You're going to get it whether you like it or not. I suppose you can unsub. But that doesn't matter to YouTube anymore. It does matter though to things like guests. And I do want to grow my YouTube channel to be bigger than Autism Speaks. It is a genuine goal. We are more than halfway there. And then we need a party. Party in my Autism house. Who said PB&J? It's not happening. Cheese and ketchup. I tell you what, Jansen, I promise you, okay, this promise, I will eat a toasted cheese, toasty, with some ketchup. Oh gosh, yeah. Loads of ketchup. Like a quarter of this, and I will dip the cheese toasty in it. Done. That's delicious. Unfortunately, I don't have a toasty maker. I can't make a toasty. Nina and I keep doing. It's a running joke. We keep going. We need to get a toasty maker. It's so nice to have like a panini or something, or like a toast. I've been trying to make toasties in that toaster, but it's made a mess. And yeah. And then she literally said to me last night, she's like, "Wouldn't it be so nice if we could just watch TV and then like go make a toasty, like a cheese toasty?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then we could go and do like the second toasty could be like an onion and cheese toasty. We don't have a toasty. It'll happen. We've both had toasty makers before. They're not uncommon and they're not expensive. I could probably walk into town and buy a toasty maker, but like, no. Yeah, feline studies. Yeah, Layla P. Yeah, I trained in a vet's. Did you know? Did you know? I have assisted in a vet's. Why? Because it super interested me. I was the director of a local animal shelter for a while. I've volunteered with Cats Protection for quite some time. Big interest of mine. I did some work with cattery designs. If you want to hear about the politics of should cats be allowed to see each other when they're in shelters, talk to me about it. I've been there, done that. Worked with RSPCA on cattery design. Yeah. I know a lot about cats. And I suppose none of this stuff is paid. I earn all this stuff costs me so much money. None of it has got anything to do with my actual work as a software engineer. Like nothing. Zero. But there we go. All of my marine science stuff. None of that has got anything to do with my work or even my YouTube channel. I'm just interested in it. I genuinely think we need more autistic people doing shit that they like to do. I think there's so much power in that. And I don't think it's laziness. I think it's amazing. You want to literally, I think we should, this is a bit hot takey. This is a little bit utopian, a bit idealistic of me. But I think autistic people doing things that they love without even, with needing to be paid or without even money, just take money out of the equation somehow. I don't know. It's a bit Star Trek-y, isn't it? But we could advance as a society so fucking fast. You and your lives give me so much peace. You mean me, Micah? Oh. I'm mortal. You mean live streams? Of course. You can watch me slowly descend into madness if you like. That's what's happening. I'm skilled in many things. None of them provide me with an income. I am skilled in many things. None of them provide me with an income. Yes, this is true. Okay. Let me tell you. I've been invited to help. Unpaid. I know. Right? But I'm only going to do it for half a day. There is a crime drama. It's not actually fully sorted yet. But I got the script today. And I'm consulting with them. I'm helping them plan their ocean sequences. I can't say too much. It's not NDA'd, and I can be free with it, but it's, you know, it feels unfair. It's not really my story to tell. It's a big passion project, but it's got A-listers in it. I know it has people you've seen before. And I'm going to be filming some underwater sequences as well. Paid? No. By the way, I'm not wealthy. I just want to point that out. Still have an overdraft with a lot of interest on it. At least until I get rid of all my software, and then I won't. But I do currently. And my problem is that I really struggle to focus on something. And all of you have observed the part of my life where I am engaged and focusing and monologuing. Yeah. I've just been quote unquote hired formally at zero pay. I'll be filming, and I'm working in the sea. I'll be filming some sea sequences, and it's a crime drama, but like a high stakes kind of crime drama type of thing. The script's fucking amazing. I need to get permission to show you, but you'll get to see it. You'll get to see it. And I'm going to be I'm officially on there. I forget what they've called me. It's like oceanographer, videography consultant, or something like that. And yeah, the cast are amazing. Including one of the cast I've been a big fan of for like 20 years. You'll know I'm rich when the biscuits are branded. I always said to Nina, when I get a 4-slice toaster, she actually eventually bought me a 4-slice toaster. But for many years, it was like, hey, I'll know I've made it when I've got a 4-slice toaster, and I can toast like 4 things at the same time. And I am telling you all this because that came about because my underwater filming in total, including with the BBC and with blah, 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 has made... You ready for this? I'll tell you how much money I've made from it. I won't tell you how much money I've spent on it. It's made me £500. I have made £500, which is about $1 billion, from filming underwater. Filming celebrities. There's one particular sort of adventure personality, a semi-famous British adventure personality, And I even provided him with a diving kit. He was diving in my diving kit. Unfortunately, that was paid. That was paid. And it's paid at market rates. And the rates for videography are fucking tiny compared to software engineering and intellectual property. As for the film doesn't have a very big budget. The film's got a tiny budget. Actually, the film will have a big budget, but this is a proof of concept. So we're filming a trailer. I would not normally agree to do something like this without pay, but I don't want to do it formally because then I have to get the insurance and so on, and that would just gobble it all up. I am insured for it all, but it's like you'd have to get a special job insurance. They have it, but I have it too, but to have it for the commercial filming, say I fuck up their film, I'm not liable. So yeah, it's cool and weird, but yeah, and that's half a day's work. But I've never been on a film set. I'm not a film set. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I film myself. I hold a camera on my arm and I put it down and I walk past it. So like I don't film that, but I'm so why am I telling you all this? Is it a humble brag? It's not. Movie, TV, possibly TV series. It's got at least one like proper A-lister in it. Like I think more, but yeah, like for real. And I've read the script and it's quite good. I mean, this is quite, if you're into kind of like Black Mirror / thriller crime drama, it's not a comedy, then yeah, 100%. It's not Dave Mitchell. It's more famous. Like, I'm not going to hint. I'll stop now. I'm allowed to talk about it, by the way. It's not NDA'd. But it's Black Mirror-esque, yeah. But it's not technological, so it isn't Black Mirror. Sean Bean is a really good guess, by the way, Anne-Marie. It's not a BBC. It's not BBC. BBC would get charged. They've paid me £500 before. An almighty 500. That was for an entire day's work on a rush edit. No, I think actually genuinely filmmaking type stuff doesn't pay very well. I think it is all very passion thing. I don't think it's a very big, it is obviously a big industry. Sean B is actually a very good guess, by the way. You're in the right ballpark. But where I was going with it is this is I'm not going to let you keep guessing, because if you keep guessing, you eventually get the person. The answer is no to everybody you've mentioned. Is Sean Bean actually filming here for a crime drama? I mean, maybe. We have a lot of filming stuff. We do have a lot of filming stuff. Hello, Katja. Don't see. Not ages. No, an actual film star that you've all seen. 100%. Every single person here has watched him. So not unusual. Not unusual. Yeah. But I am going to stop. Because we play this game and I'm very bad at it. But yeah, that was really cool. So I said yes to the opportunity only because I would ordinarily have said no. And it's like holy shit, yeah. Obviously I would. I like videography and yes is the answer. So I've helped out with it's someone that's being paid. Yeah, so it's not like me then. Ian McKellen is another good guess, but I'm going to stop. Yeah. So anyway, I just think it's good. Like being able to do stuff because of some earlier opportunity that you've had. So the reason why I was contacted to do it is because of a lot of the work that I've done with renewable energy, believe it or not. And even that was all unpaid. I've literally made no money at all. Zero. Like not even a cent from some random sideways thing. I have had flights paid for me. I've had hotels paid for me. I've had food bought for me. Like I got burnout. That's what I got paid with. I got paid with burnout. I got paid with burnout and a YouTube channel and an autism diagnosis. But I do feel like my work story, particularly latterly, mid-30s on kind of thing. Well, it's all been interesting. I don't think I've had anything particularly dull. But the unpaid stuff, I've been involved in tons of really interesting things. And like not random stuff I'm interested in. I'm interested in renewable energy. I'm interested in infrastructure. I think watching Tom Scott on YouTube got me interested in infrastructure. I don't know where that came from. I don't know where grid scale infrastructure came from. It probably came from watching Tom Scott videos on YouTube. Like, I'm not even joking. I genuinely don't know. Where do you, interests, you don't pick interests. They pick you. Special interests like cats. They adopt you. They pick you. So, I need to get a new mouse because this mouse click button doesn't work very well. I have to push it really hard now. I thought my computer was broken. Actually, I thought it was an issue with my Mac software. And I've been trying to debug Mac software issues. I'm on PC now. Same problem. And it's like, doctor, when I touch here, it hurts. 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 It's your finger, isn't it? So like, yeah, unfortunately the mouse clicking, this button here is no longer very good. However, it has been clicked a lot. I'll be honest, I do feel like I've gotten my money's worth out of this mouse and I do recommend it. I don't think I've ever had a Logitech mouse break on me before, but RIP. I think it has, genuinely, I think it's had a good innings. Not just this button has broken, but also my index finger knuckle has also broken. I was on a dive last year and my hands were really, really cold and I went to close my hands and then that happened. And I'm like, oh, that's really weird. I'm pointing. And then I went and tried to close my hands and I'm like, why am I pointing? I've just tried to close my hand. Why is it sticking out? And then I grabbed it like this and then bent it in. Yes. This joint is not very good anymore. And unfortunately, whereas I can replace a mouse, I can't replace my finger. Damn it. Yeah, this one's the MX Master 3S. I have all of them. I have, no, I'm not joking. I've got I've got all of them. I even have like a couple in the drawer right now. I've got the previous edition. I have them all. Every MX Master. And I have to say, the MX Master 3S is a damn good mouse. That's why I thought it was software causing an issue, whereas actually it's the mouse button. The Pro mouse button. I'll have to order one shortly. Like it's not your middle finger that's stuck, like I know. But I was really surprised. I was in the sea and I'm like, I was wearing dry gloves. So to give you guys an example of what it looks like, I've got my hands floating in front of me. My hands are blue, as in because I'm wearing blue rubber gloves, which are locked into rings around my arm. I am perfectly dry inside. I am dry and warm. Like my hands were feeling a bit cold, but I am dry and warm inside. Underneath the rubber marigold sort of thick glove is like a fleece liner. So my hands are in fleece liners and I'm all very comfy and I'm like, what the? And that happened just over a year ago. And I've been having issues with this finger ever since. Bar Vinci, I relate to the backpack searching. I relate to that so hard. I've been searching for a backpack. MX Master 3S, I need to shop around. $79.99 is actually not a bad price for that particular mouse. I might be able to get it cheaper. I'll go on to Hot UK Deals. It's a website. And I'll type MX Master 3S and I'll see if there's any deals on. But I do need another one and this is the mouse. Like it genuinely is. I'm not being like one of those weird people that's like, oh, you have to have a mechanical keyboard. No. Like this mouse is really good. I've got large hands, but I feel like if you had small hands, it would work. Good mouse. I had a stuck finger. The need to fix it hurt like hell. Oh, Anne-Marie, I'm sorry. Was it like a steroid that they gave you? That's what I was thinking possibly I might need. But then there's a limit as to how many injections you can have, I think. So I'm kind of like waiting and then like saving up. Not literally saving up. My apologies to Americans. I apologize. I mean, saving up the number of injections I can have, not the money. It's free. It's very difficult to get an appointment and you might have to wait ages. You know what I mean? But like it's free and some prescription liquid, okay. I'm thinking, and I'm not a medical expert, I'm thinking maybe a steroid injection into the knuckle. Yeah. I have a Glove 80 keyboard. Let me look it up. Moergo. Oh, that's weird. David. That's interesting. Okay, that's actually legitimately interesting. Glove 80 keyboards. Guys, look them up. Weird. I don't know how to describe them. It's like an ergonomic keyboard on steroids. Okay. Revision 2. What would that be like? They're expensive. They're wonky. I mean, this is interesting, right? I mean, it's not just a variation of... Do you use like Dvorak or do you use, is it QWERTY? Soldering is required for this keyboard to function. I mean, it's quite cool. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a Star Trek. Ready? Okay. It looks like steroid and knuckles painful. Oh man. Mouse great, Omron switches shit. Yeah, maybe. Anne-Marie, this is true, which is why the Dvorak keyboard is even better. I've known 2 people in my life that have used Dvorak, and one of them was actually quite good at it, and it's interesting, yeah. Keyboard hyperfixation, yeah. I think what I would encourage you all to do is develop a hyperfixation that doesn't require spending 3 digits. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying dive equipment, camera equipment, computer equipment. Yeah. But like the cats. But yeah, that keyboard is strange. I feel like I want to try one, but not actually own one. Like, I don't know if I would like it. I think it's like the used to thing has changed, isn't it? Like, yeah, a keyboard is not optimum. I want this, but I want it in 10 keyless. So this bit here on the right, this number pad, I don't use it. Number pads are not important for me. That can go. I want to move my mouse hand closer to the keyboard. I had an MX-1000. Yep, I had two of them. I had the MX-1000 and the MX-1000R. Nerd out with me. The R was the rechargeable variant. I still have them, actually. I still have them. Not for any reason. They're just in drawers. You know, it's like my son's got a wired mouse now, but like it'd be like he needs a mouse, and it'd be like, oh, fine, because he's playing the games, you know, and he can't use trackpad on his laptop, so it's like, right, fine. Pick a Logitech MX mouse that's not mine. Okay, cool. And then Nina's using one because she's working from home, and it's like, okay, pick a Logitech MX Master Series mouse. I've got all of them. And previously it's been like an upgrade, if that makes sense. It's like, oh look, they've released a new one. Whereas this one was just, you know, that was my first 3S, to be fair, and it's not large because the previous Logitech MX Masters are. There's a weird smell. Hang on. The air smells weird. Does anyone ever go camping when it's cold? That's what the air smells like. The air smells like outdoor camping when it's cold at night. That's what the air smells like. So I've closed the window. I'm so fast with Azerty. I think we've wanted me to learn the conversating. I feel that way about QWERTY. I am very fast on my QWERTY keyboard. We will have typing competitions. I think we should do a multiplayer, assuming such a thing exists, typing competition. I will win. I will beat you all. With or without a fire? No fire. It's not fire smell. The fire smell is actually better, I think. Genuinely, I think the log sort of the fire smells a bit better. Sometimes we'll have fire and stove and outdoors. You'll smell the fire. Oh, I'm getting sleepy. Me too, Tracy. I'm going to have to make a sandwich in a minute. Just a few years ago at LARP during Easter weekend, we camped and the pots and pans of the water in the tent froze. Wow. Good smell or bad smell? I think some people would like it. It's kind of fresh smell, but like it's outdoor smell. Charlie, I think Mike has won the typing in Murder Hotel every time I have. Yeah. And that's usually on an iPad keyboard. An iPad kind of membrane kind of keyboard. I've never Murder Hoteled on my mechanical keyboard. And this one is slower than the one I've got up there. But the LEDs broke on some of the keys on my Ducky one over there. So I don't use it. But that keyboard is better. Kind of. That's Cherry Brown switches, MX Cherry Browns. This one is Holy Panda. It's an F97 in coral. There is an affiliate scheme for these. So if anyone wanted to buy one of these ridiculously expensive mechanical keyboards, let me know and I might be able to get you a discount. I don't think I'm a big enough YouTuber, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Yeah, you might be best trying to find it off another YouTuber. I don't know that I could probably negotiate a discount off them. That's all I would use affiliates for, by the way. I've had some sponsorship offers and I'm like, can you give me like 80% off for like my audience? I don't even want the commission. And they're like, no. Well, I tried. I don't want to shill your shit, people. I'm too old. I have to get up at 5:30 AM one more time tomorrow before the 5-day weekend. 5-day weekend? Focus on the 5-day weekend. The problem with buying a keyboard is I want US layout. This is US layout. And I'm typing with Brit layout. I'm just not. Do you know what I mean? That's where the... I could move the key over, but then it would say 2 down where enter as opposed to... Yeah, no. You tried, Mike. Which one did I try and fail? I can't remember how many times I've tried and failed. Basically a continual Continual failure. Oh, they tried with the discount code. Yeah, I do generally try. Mike, do you think the Isle of Man would take an American refugee if things start to turn that way? Yes, we've taken Ukrainian refugees. Yeah, probably. Yeah, come and do an autism meetup with me. I'm asking friends to get me a Russian keyboard, but then a divorce happened and I didn't dare ask about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I would ask an ex. No, I don't think. Do you know what? It actually depends. I have stories that I can't tell. Sorry. You guys discuss? Yeah, totally. I mean, partly I've kind of got like a couple of competing agendas. One is like, I need my YouTube channel to be a going concern, meaning able to support itself and me, pay my share of the bills, etc. You know, and then I need the YouTube like thing to be useful to people, and that's why I haven't done sponsored content. It's like never say never, but some of the sponsorship stuff. I've had a couple of medical devices suggested. All the headband shit, the one with the ear thing, vagal nerve stimulation. But the science is not. Look, I never called myself a science communicator, okay? But I've kind of developed a bit of a reputation because of my debunking videos for science communication, which now means I feel like I can't advertise products that I don't think have a really good evidence basis. So when a sponsor goes, could Yorkshire tea, David, Yorkshire tea, I'd pick one of the cat food brands, probably, maybe even Pets at Home, because they've got lab grown meat now, pet food. Probably do go that way. Probably my YouTube analytics tells me there's an awful lot of movie, TV, video games, daytime TV watchers in my audience, and also pet lovers as well. It's extremely high. That would work quite well. Yorkshire tea, yeah, I've said them twice because they're so good they were worth saying twice. None of this is sponsored, but I 100% would go for Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea, Yorkshire tea, Yorkshire tea. Other brands are available. Would I guess, what if Tetley reached out? I don't know, I'd be conflicted. The same for people from other continents, by the way. What are we on? I think diaspora Europeans should get immigration facilities in the countries their ancestors came from. Yeah, Israel does it. That is an actual thing they do. It would be nice if other places did too. I do have Ground News. I can give you a code for Ground News. Occasionally, Ground News contact me and say, here's a really good offer for your community. But the problem that I've got then is Ground News have give me a really good offer. Like they'll be like, here's a voucher code for like 80%. I don't even know what I get. I'll be perfectly honest. I haven't got a bloody clue. I think it's like $1. But whatever. Right, let's just say Ground News, because Ground News is one. Ground News contacts me, and I think they're really reasonable. They're really good. They occasionally contact me and say, hey, Mike, do you want to run a campaign and do like, I don't know, like 90% off a Vantage plan or something? And I'm like, holy shit, that's amazing. That's so good. And then they'll be like, yeah, cool. Well, could you do it this weekend? And it's like, no, I've got so much on. I can't possibly. Can you wait? Find a non-shit pet fountain soup. I've got a drawer full of bloody impellers and pumps. The best one I've got is we've got one. It's called Dogmate, and it's a Dogmate pet fountain. And the advantage to it is it fails open. So if the pump or impeller fails, the thing is basically a water bowl. It's a water bowl with a multi-layer thing and a hedge and a shrubbery, etc. And then like water comes down and it's great. But when it fails, if it fails dry. It can be drunk dry. We've got loads of other pet fountains of tons of different types, and those will fail closed. In other words, these are terminologies from diving. Like with diving, you want valves, for example, to have the fail open. so that you can like breathe and shit. You know, even if the valve's like stuck open and venting everywhere like a fire extinguisher, it's stuck open, it fails open. We've got other pet fountains that when they fail or they're powered by USB, and then when the pump stops, that's it, they're dry. And animals can't get a drink, even if their container is full of water. It's got a sump. Bamboo clothing. I'm waiting for Moomin to sponsor my entire existence. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Hell, I'll take a camera brand. Just because Apple could sponsor me and send me something expensive and shiny. But yeah, basically, I think Pets at Home should just, yeah, Pets at Home totally could. You know, offset the amount of money I'm paying them. I mean, it kind of like swings and roundabouts. Some German descended people can go live in Germany. I was born in Germany, but I don't think I can. I'd love a European passport. It would be great. Be able to try, like, you know. So many people getting Irish passports. I shit you not. I know people that have got the most tenuous links to Ireland that now have Irish passports after Brexit. I shit you not. I'm like, how? It's a grandparent or great something on whatever side. It's like, what the hell? You don't have an Irish passport. I have a British one. Geopolitics, man. How about road? Harry, yeah, road. I've got lots of road gear. This is Shure SM7B. But yeah, road. There's a lot of road. This is road. This mixing desk thing is road. Yeah, road. I do quite a bit. Definitely. Road have been really good to me, by the way. When one of their microphones turned into a brick after firmware updating, it did take them 3 months to replace it. You will notice in my YouTube videos that I was wearing a lapel lav mic for like, I don't know, 20 videos or something. That's because my Rode microphone died, my shotgun mic. And they eventually just sent me one. They just sent me a brand new one. They were good. What the heck? Take the Crown News sponsorship everyone else's. Yeah, but it's the same shit as everyone else. Those Danish endurance socks I bought after you raved about them are still great. Anne Marie. I'm wearing them now. They're great. Mike, we're both part Asian autistic guys named Mike, and our 40s born in Germany. He's been off me and still my identity. We're taking over the world. Can I tell you something really, really funny? When I made my video very recently, at the very beginning of the video, I was talking about my Malaysian grandmother who had her feet bound. I said, there's no one in my audience from Malaysia like that. Literally joining on Patreon straight away, someone from Malaysia. Malaysian comes along. But yeah, you can, yeah, the socks are great, aren't they? But like, I think other brands are available. It's the material, it's bamboo, and it's great. Bamboo is like cotton, but it's just soft. Like you can mistreat it. It's warm, it's cool. Bamboo is literally amazing. It's such a good material. There should be more of it, and it grows. It's eco and. Yeah, pretty good. It's not itchy like wool. Yeah, bamboo's great. Later P, I've never been to Malaysia. I know a few things. I know how to be incredibly rude. So visiting Malaysia is on my list. Yeah. Soup. I have bamboo boxer shorts as well. I don't like them. I bought them from the same brand, and they're not that comfortable. Not that the material is, just that the cut and stuff, the stuff is. I'm quite comfortable, but it's a pain. I have to keep watering them. Actual bamboo boxer shorts. I know bamboo could be a bit tender fiber, but actual bamboo. Like, has anyone been cut from bamboo before or scratched from bamboo? Bamboo itself as a plant is quite a dangerous plant, in my opinion. It's like a rapid growing cactus. It's not fun. You don't want to mess with bamboo. Yeah, I've had some pretty horrible cuts from bamboo. You can make a list of your favorite products, maybe one day see and sponsor. Yeah, I think so. I think it's possibly worthwhile. I do need sponsorships or a bigger YouTube channel for it to be a going concern and able to pay minimum wage even. I'm not complaining. This is not a whinge. This is not a whinge at all. I'm blown the fuck away. At how generous and how incredible everyone is with your time and by supporting me, whether on Patreon or whether on YouTube. Whatever. Just wow. I'm blown away. It inspires me to make stuff like the bloody ABA video that I promise you is going to be a good video. I haven't gone into it with a predetermined conclusion, but I do have a mind map, so I can share the mind map with you. I need some new bamboo t-shirts. I love them, but they're so expensive. Yeah, Helen, I'm with you on that. I'm wearing a cotton t-shirt. You will know I've made it when I'm wearing like tier 3 stuff. Autism level 3. I'll be decked out in bamboo. I'll be a Chinese warrior. Yeah, bamboo. Yeah, it properly moves. I got Nina a bamboo in a pot, and we've kept it in a pot, thankfully. But we've got ambitions to just let bamboo grow. But the problem is, it could be a potential curse for people. Maybe if they live here next, and then there's just bamboo everywhere, because like that stuff grows. Like, I was trying to avoid politics, catcher, but just go for it. I've heard some of the. If you're talking about the US president. Yeah, I've heard some things. I try to be balanced, but there's not a lot of good happening. I just want to quickly say this. I wrote down predictions for the US presidential election. I wrote down a prediction for Kamala, and I wrote down a prediction for Trump. Not a huge amount, just a large paragraph. And my predictions are completely wrong. I missed the mark by a fucking milestone. I tried to write essentially pros and cons for both. And for the Trump side, my pros were I did write reduced bureaucracy, but that's not what's happened at all. I did write some positive stuff for Elon, which I couldn't believe how wrong I was. I could not believe how wrong I've been. And on the other side, it was more or less a business as usual thing. Like, the situation in Ukraine is worse. The situation geopolitically is worse, as far as I can see it. The situation for science and technology, which I thought would be benefited under Trump, more rapid. I thought things like renewable energy, which is seen as a left-wing thing. Don't ask me why. I don't fucking know. I thought that would be benefiting under Trump. How wrong I was. I would not have voted for Trump. I'm not saying. I'm just saying these were my predictions. Wrong, fucking wrong, fucking wrong. It's like the worst option. It's like a massive menu, and all of the worst options have been chosen for everything, for all sides. Like you and I, yeah, totally. Yeah, I was totally naive. I wouldn't have voted for Trump because of the things that he said he was going to do. But I'm just saying these were my predictions for what would happen, because one person in power does not make a government. In fact, what about the your constitution? Like, what about? It's a trifecta, isn't it? See, you have the executive, but you also have the courts. You also have essentially democracy for the other one. You have, for example, for us, we will have the houses. For you guys, you have the word I can't begin to say. It's not the Senate. It's begins with C, I think. My brain is broken now. I'm going to have to leave soon. Do have a lot of people off lectures. Yeah, sure. I wasn't even predicting who would win. I'm like, this is what I think will happen if the court, Congress, Jeannie, thank you. Anne-Marie, thank you. Congress. Why does your brain give you... Does anyone else do that, by the way? Has anyone else who's got a brain? Barry Hobbs, yes. Has anyone else... Yes, Daniel, yes. Has anyone else got a brain? Especially when you're tired. And it's like you're looking for the word. You know the concept of the thing you want. And you're trying to find the word. And your brain goes, about 7 letters, begins with C. Good luck with that. Catcher, only female or male? Well, what about the fact that everyone is born effectively female? I've set your time. Good. Okay, cool. I called Sunday Summit. Yeah. But like specifically, I knew what I'm talking. Executive, the courts, and for us, it's the houses and things. For you guys, and my brain sees the word Congress, but I can't say it. Got the C, and I know how big the word is. I know what it looks like if it were painted. I don't think visually. I think in process. I think in fucking diagrams. It sounds like I see what the word looks like. I see the block that it goes in. And then you're all like, Congress, 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 Congress. Yes, that one. Thank you. No, it's not called a brain fart. The brain fart is when it's like you literally do it wrong, or it goes completely blank. Brain writer's block. That's my brain farts. They're like, my brain fart isn't like the one word thing. That's like something else. That's like it's like a locked thing. It's like something's been encrypted. It's like my brain's got malware on it that's kind of encrypted this word, and I can't tell you what it is, but I know how big it is, and I know what it starts with. Let's see where I see pictures. Yeah. Is there a page of words on? Yeah. Tip of your tongue, kind of. Yeah. Happened with the word tape once. It begins with T, has 4 legs like a chair. It's a simple word. Yeah. I do it on these live streams all the time, especially when I get tired. I'm just locked up. Yeah. And it's like, help me out. What's the word? It's like a weird game of charades, or what's that other game show? No, genuinely, this isn't that thing. Jeopardy. RAM error. Yeah. You need the right JWC to unlock it. And you know the starting letter? Yeah, always. Still goody. I know the starting letter. I know exactly. And I know what the word sort of looks like. But the only thing that gives me comfort, if I'm on my own, by the way, no live stream, I'm just sitting here with cats and whatnot. I get my phone out and I'll start Googling, because I have to have closure. Your hashing algorithm is quirky. Yeah, and it's like recall. I can't recall it. But then what's really fun, and do you know what has actually genuinely made it less traumatic for me, is crowdsourcing. Because I'm like, let's play a game, guys. I'm thinking of a word. I don't know. I can't retrieve it. The database is locked. I can't retrieve it. What the hell is this word? It's not a complicated word. It's an alien. It's come down from space. It occupies a fursuit. It's got razor blades on its feet, ears and a tail. Really capricious personalities sometimes. They're warm and they vibrate. Oh, what am I thinking of? Do you know what I'm saying? And it's just, it's so much fun when you guys are like, it's a dog. No, it's not. It's something else. It begins with C. Broken for accumulation. Orphaned row. Orphaned record. And it's like, why do brains do that? Because I'm not messing with you guys. I'm being very serious. Dementia or something. I don't know. It happens when I'm tired, right? So like it's not that often. But like kangaroo, cats, kittens are. I made a Renfest skirt with pockets like that. Janice. I had not heard of Ren fairs until Claire, Woodshed Theory. And Claire swears blind that I would really enjoy a Ren fair, or that I was born to go to a Ren fair. And I have no idea where she got that from, either of those two things. It is probably true. I have since subscribed to Ren fair YouTubers, including that whipping man, the whipping guy, Jacques, the American with the French moustache and the whips, and there's some ladies that dress up and do cosplay stuff at Ren fairs. I've subscribed to, I think, one of them as well. And there's some people that do like crafting. I was trying to get like, what is a Ren fair? Just so you guys know. I don't live in a Ren fair, but this house is like very old. There are rent records going back to like 600, 700, 800. At that point, it's all effectively the same kind of thing. It's very hard to pin down the exact time. But here, you could rent this lovely abode in the mid to late medieval period. So it's like, oh, I saw a video of the American moustache guy ages ago. Yeah, I've quite enjoyed watching some of his performances. Not so much like the whipping, but it's like, you could check out Castle Fest. It's an Eat Fancy Everything festival in the Netherlands with most people in costume of whatever they like. So it's costume of anything. So Ren Fair isn't Renaissance or medieval. It's just like cosplay. So a Deadpool would be fine at a Ren Fair. Americans assume all of the UK is basically Ren Fair. Barry Hobbs. All of the Isle of Man is basically a Ren Fair. To be fair. Like, the Isle of Man is a Ren Fair. Like, we've got a super chat.
Shape of Soup super chatted $4.99. Super chat, rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Anyway, any tips for starting off with mind mapping?
Simple Mind.
Software preferences and
Yes.
just any thoughts on your methods and such?
Yes, 100%. I'm going to make a video about it. I have been called the mind map guy, and I've never used mind maps prior to my YouTube channel, really. Actually, I did. I've used them to prepare for complicated things. There's a piece of software called Simple Mind. Simple as in not complicated, mind as in brain. Simple Mind. It's not expensive. It's really good value. It's very cheap, actually. And you can use it on everything. It's cross-platform. You can literally use it. I save my documents to Dropbox, but you can save them to anything. You save them to anywhere and they can sync. It's available on PC, Mac, Linux, iPhone. I've even got it on my tablet. I've got it on my iPad. Nina's got it on her Android phone. It's on everything, and it's really easy to use, and it looks pretty. I feel like it was better when it was simpler. It's quite complicated now, as in, like, it's got more features, which I don't know is necessarily a good thing, but you can still do all of the simple things with it. It's really good, and I think it's got a free version, which just doesn't let you output to PDF, and like you could probably just use the free version. I just saw a white smoke thing behind you. Probably the candle. So yeah, we have, Simple Mind. In fact, they have a free version. Download the free version and try it. We will talk about it more. I know you're thinking about your monotropism expansion work, and yes, it's great for that. And I love it. I will make a video about how I do mind maps. I use them for complicated big things. Like my ABA video, I'm mind mapping that thing. And it changes all the time. Like you start with a central theme. My central theme is called making a video about ABA. I was confused, so I became an RBT technician. Like that is the actual like middle blob of my mind map. And I wrote a lot because I want it to be really big, you know, because otherwise it's going to look like a spider with a tiny body and like massive legs. No, I'd much rather have a bigger body and then I can put lots of legs off it. And yeah, basically you can grab a node, you can literally just click it and drag it and then just let go and then drop it somewhere else, and drop it on top, and it will automatically rearrange stuff and make things look pretty. I start off my mind map by using like quite tight controls. So basically I let it decide how to lay everything out. So I can't manually grab a node and put it on the page. It will automatically snap everything. But later, as I start to develop my mind map and I know what I want it to look like, I'll turn on freeform mode and I'll move the nodes to where I want them to be. Not where it thinks they should be, but where I want them to be. Definitely do it. Definitely play with mind maps. If you're a visual thinker rather than like a Quinn, Autistic, and I, we get on great, but we have a slight disconnect in that he will communicate with me and send me a load of ideas. When I say ideas, I mean there'll be like loads of themes in what he's talking about, and I actually genuinely have to take notes before I respond to him. Whereas I think, because he thinks in words, and I think in, I'm not saying I can't read words, because I can, I read really fast. But I prefer to draw it out, go, right, that connects, that's how that works, and so on. And I still need a sandwich. So we're going to, Charlie, you're right. And I'm actually genuinely failing because I need sugar. So, thing is, I'm not a visual thinker. I need the visual to help translate the English from my brain language. Ah, yes, do it. Right, I'm going to get spammed with sandwiches now. So I'm going to go and do a sandwich. Thank you all very much. No after party today, but I will be in Discord. And I'm going to make a sandwich and play in Discord. Hugh, welcome. Sorry, I've got some weird emails. Tech ones. Don't worry. Not weird. Just tech stuff. Hugh, welcome. I'm really sorry. This is a bad time. Well, it's not a bad time to join, but like we normally do an after party after the live streams. Live streams normally start on time. I've normally thought about things and planned things. There's usually entertainment. It's usually fun, and it usually is slightly shorter. And there's usually like a members only stream afterwards, and we usually play games. And that's the usual expectations, which have all been subverted because because everything was wrong. I was asleep when I was supposed to have started the stream. I am going to make sandwich, and I am going to be on Discord, but not an after party. Just chatting. Thank you. I'll tell you what. Let's do it like this. This is how we will do it. Do it with the outro song. There's more Spain than the Spanish Inquisition. There is. Spain's nice. I like Spain. Tenerife is my best bit. The only thing with Spain is I found it very, very difficult to find stuff to eat. I am going to have pretty much what I always have. I've got some malted seeded bread and I'm going to use some flour on it. And then I'm going to use some vegan cheese and some vegan, like a vegan ham type thing. And then I'm going to put some mayo on it with a tiny bit of mustard. Not much, but a bit. And I'm going to slice it down the middle. And if we have crisps, I'm going to eat it with crisps. If we have any like bars or chocolate or anything or whatever, I'm going to have some of that. I'm going to have a cup of tea. And I'm going to sit down with my laptop. I'm going to post a video to Patreon. So you're going to get an email. It's a really long video, by the way. So maybe use it for body doubling. Sonic fan, good to see you again. The ducks are doing great. We're going to be outside when the weather improves, or we'll just do it earlier in the day, and we'll do a duck stream. I am actually planning some interesting live streams this year, sooner rather than later. Actually, this isn't like long distance plans. Could be in a week, could be in a couple of weeks. Great live stream, inspired the Rocky Start, indeed. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm reading the chat. I know it's not super interesting. Castle Fest, music festival, fantasy theme, steampunk. Yeah, I love it. We want ducks. See you later. Thanks for coming.